everybody. It's Dan Bayer with another episode of Live from the Lab today. And I haven't been live from the lab actually in a while because we're kind of in the off season of the mushroom business. But we have a farmer's market that is now starting in January in my area. So I have to start growing mushrooms again. So this is all good. How's everybody doing today? Terry, Sandra, what's going on? Share me out tonight. We got some giveaways as well. Got some Great River mushroom products. And we're going to start out over in here in the podcast room. We got all our cameras set up. We got 3 cameras so everybody can see all the action tonight. So there's a lot that goes on in my house, as anybody knows. It's dedicated to my mushroom business, my growing marijuana business. Well, not growing marijuana business. It's more mushroom and herbal business. But now we have multiple cameras tonight, so you can actually don't miss anything. So we shared out. We're going to get a hashtag going here and get some stuff away for all you lovely people. So let me keep sharing out here. I don't think I got to everybody. Shared all the groups. Please share to your group, share to your friends. And we actually have over here on the Rumination Project group now. If anybody has seen, we have a group. So please go join the Rumination Project group. We're going to be streaming a lot of stuff over there. And I don't know why I didn't start a group earlier because it made sense now. So I'm going to stick that. We are live over here at the Rumination Project group right now. We have 6 people here. Thank you all for joining me tonight. I appreciate it very much. Don't forget to hit that reaction share button. And we're going to have some interesting stuff to show tonight, including this thing. Look at this mushroom. Look at this giant mushroom. This is a shiitake mushroom. And it weighs 13 ounces. So it weighed nearly a pound, just one mushroom. It has no cap either. I cut it off because I don't ever like cooking them with that. But yeah, that's crazy. Look at the gill on that. It just kept growing. It was actually one that I could have picked like a week ago. And I was like, let's leave it. It kept growing. It literally doubled in size just from that week I left it in there. But it doesn't affect the taste, so they get bigger. It actually grew 2 giant mushrooms out of this one block. So interesting. I don't think I'll ever grow one that big again. I shared it in a couple of mushroom groups, and nobody had ever seen one that big either. So the typical size for your typical shiitake is anywhere from probably 4 to 8 ounces. To see it at 13 ounces is it's a giant one. What up, Steve-O? Oh, thanks for tagging all those people in Rhino. Thank you very much. It is a beautiful mushroom. It's more than likely going to go in my soup. Or I'll sell it to somebody. I do have a bunch growing in this tent down there. You can kind of see. This is the fruiting tent right back here. So there's a bunch of shiitakes growing. We'll show it to you when we get down there. But we're going to smoke a little cannabis, share out, hit this tag. What are we going to give away, man? We got like some serious stuff to give away. You know what? Let's give away some seed. Let's give away some mandarin cookies. And I'm sorry about my nasty finger. That's what happens when you smash it. So I'm going to have to, that's going to be like that for 6 months probably. But if you don't know, I jammed that on a piece of metal like 2 weeks ago. And it was probably one of the top 5 painful things I've ever experienced. It dropped me to my knees for about 15 minutes, and it looks pretty nasty now, a nasty bruise. It's not finger polished. I didn't paint my fingernail or anything like that. So, but yeah, let's give away some mandarin cookies. And I'm going to throw in this cool keychain too with it. Let's give away some Don't Panic, It's Organic, and then some mandarin cookies. Who in the world? Does anybody know the breeder? That breeder picture? There's literally no breeder name. That's Mandarin Cookies Photo Film 3-pack. I'm going to get that hashtag started so everybody can get in that hashtag. Let's jam some music tonight, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Please share me out, hit that reaction button, and we're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to have to stream to this tag as. Good question. Let's tag this. Yeah. Tag it in, hashtag. The Great River Mushrooms. Let's do it like that. Great River Mushrooms. Let's get that hashtag up. Also, tag a friend in too. Please tag a friend. That would be very helpful. I'm not required for this giveaway, but I will for the next. We give away a few things tonight. Lost the page there. There we go. I'm gonna bring that hashtag up. I'm a little under the weather today. I don't know. I got a little virus. When I get off the stream tonight, I'm gonna take like 4 CBG, and pass the fuck out. Cause maybe I'm getting some kind of virus, and I'm hoping that CBG will just knock the hell out tonight. So I'm a little slow tonight. My brain's not working properly, but there we go. Great River Mushrooms. Hit that hashtag. We're gonna give away some mandarin seeds. We'll bring that up a little closer to myself. Share it to your friends as well. Some mandarin cookies, and then we'll throw in this little cool keychain. Like I showed you. There you go. Don't panic, it's organic. What's going on, Steve? Becca, Sandra, I just shipped your order out today. I apologize for getting it to you a little late. It was the holidays, and I felt like shit the last few days. The weather, man. We literally got down to 15 degrees last night. My body has to really adjust. I feel like shit for like a week when it first happens. as a lot of us do as well. But I'm gonna actually post that link to the new group as well. Anybody's welcome to join the Rumination Project group. Let me copy that. That should go to all the locations. And I didn't mean to bring my stuff up there. Exit that. We got 3 cameras tonight, folks. We got some action going on. You're gonna be able to see all the lab action. Now, every time I've done live from the lab, I've only had 1 camera, so you're gonna be able to see a lot more because there's kind of hidden angles with that box I had. But I'm gonna load some blueberry muffin cannabis in this bowl. Hopefully, make me feel a little bit better tonight. But this is that's giveaways for a pack of the mandarin cookies. 3-pack of feminized photo fem seeds. Anybody tell me that breeder again? Rasta, do you know what breeder that is? Like, they literally do not have their name anywhere on this package. But it's an astronaut with a joint in his hand. And I'm pretty sure I won this like a long time ago in a prize pack. I don't remember where, but hit them hashtags. Hit them shares over there and follow the Rumination Project group as well. We got at least 3 shows probably a week we're going to have, as well as some more content we're going to add. I really don't know why I didn't start a group to begin with, because I already have my own, Rumination Project and a lot of podcasts to share as well. It's Ethos, huh? Ethos. Where is Ethos from? Is that an Illinois company? What are you guys all smoking tonight? Tell me what you guys are smoking. Anybody actually had the mandarin cookies? I have had the dispensary version of mandarin cookies, and I really, really like it. But I'm sure homegrown's pretty good shit too. Well, I appreciate it. I've also gotten a lot better at sending out my packaging because I had a soup jar that broke on an order to Texas. So I've now corrected that by shipping them differently. I've kind of experimented a little bit. So we're getting better at shipping. Like any business, it has a learning curve, even though it comes to shipping. So sweet. My guess is they're out of Colorado. I think they're from Colorado. That's if I remember right. But hit that hashtag. Let me see how many people we got in that hashtag. Great River mushrooms. We also got some pico oil. We're going to make a little bit, not actually make it. I'm going to show you how I start the process, which is what is in here. We got some pico and some Everclear, right? Some cannabis. We're going to make a little bit of pico before we go downstairs into the garden. But cheers, everybody. Hope everybody's having a wonderful week. I think it is Tuesday night. I kind of forgot because I didn't work this week because of the weather so cold. We were going to do some roofing, but the weather just got too cold, and we're just going to hold off till next week. So. Cheers, folks. We do like talking about good mushrooms. And if you want to talk about the silly mushrooms, join us on Thursday night. Excuse me. Me and Rasta will be on the Psychonaut files. And we're actually going to talk about all the research and all the data on all the psychonauts, on the psychedelics going on right now. It's probably going to be a 2-3 hour show because there is literally so much research out there that, and I have, I've got to grasp all of it because I've been following it for a couple of years. So we're gonna have some great content on Thursday night on the Psychonaut files, and that is where we talk about everything psychedelic, mostly magic mushrooms. So join me and Roster Rhino on that night. What's going on, Kim? How you doing? Again, that giveaway tonight, the Great River Mushrooms, is for the first giveaway. We're going to give away a 3-pack of Mandarin Cookies Feminized Photo Fem 3-pack. A cool little keychain. Don't panic, it's organic. So hit that hashtag. Please share out to your friends. Hit that like button. And, check out this giant shiitake. I keep showing this thing off because it is crazy. I mean, it's crazy that I grew this in my basement in the middle of winter and in my garden, and people, it shows you that you can be self-sustainable even through the winter. All you really need is a basement and the knowledge to actually grow it. And you can have sustainable vegetables through the actual winter. And I wish more people had that knowledge that, like, just because the summer's over doesn't mean you can't, can't grow indoors. And I go grow mushrooms and cannabis indoors. And we have, for instance, like Ashley Huffman, she actually grows a lot of vegetables indoors with her tower garden. So there are a lot of different methods to growing indoors. And I think people should educate themselves and realize that you don't, just because you're growing doesn't mean you have to stop growing when the season ends. There are other ways to grow indoors. It does cost a lot more money, of course, because the sun is always free. But you can produce vegetables all year round then, and that's a very sustainable and powerful thing to do. It's good to hear. Good to hear, Kim. Got them beans. And we get the 20 people in here. I'm gonna give away something else too, because I got like a pile of stuff to give away. And we got some of this coconut oil I give away tonight. We got a candle here. I'm getting back to doing some candle making as well. So later on this week, I'm probably gonna have a live. I'm making candles. I make my own homemade beeswax candles with a hemp wick. So it's all made in house, handmade, small batches. So it's really, really good quality shit. I buy the beeswax in small quantities, and it's filtered, triple filtered. So they're good candles. They're $12 a piece. They're going to be on my website soon. I'm also going to be offering another candle from another company, from a friend, a dear friend of mine, who very much support her. She's going through a lot of health issues, and she sells candles to kind of help support that. So look forward to that. I also make candles, so I do a little bit of everything. I like anything that's good for you, your house, anything that's good for your mind. I kind of get involved in making. So I have a little table over here to the side that has all my candle making stuff all ready to go whenever I'm ready to roll making those candles. But really, I'm waiting for my some orders of some more tins, because these are the tins I make them in. So I make them in 4-ounce 10s cans. So when you actually, the 10's all empty, you can actually use the 10. So this one's, of course, already been burned a little. But it's a 4-ounce candle, burns for 20 hours. And it's kind of hard to believe that this little candle burns for 20 hours, but I promise you it does. The wick, it's a hemp wick. Hemp wicks burn at half the speed of normal soy candle wicks. And they're not cancerous or toxic. So. And then the beeswax burns slow as well. So you add the beeswax to the hemp wick, you got a really slow burning candle. Oh, Karen, you have a grow tower? Awesome. Do you grow year round? Because if you do, that's pretty badass. It's hard to do. Unless you got a tower garden. Do they grow mandarin mushrooms? You know, that's a good question. But mandarin cookies are really good. I've never grown mandarin cookies, but you know, maybe I will someday. I'm not much into getting a new breed. That's why I usually get seeds and I give them away, because I have like strains I like, and then I also have access to a lot of other clone strains if needed around my areas. But they may grow mandarin mushrooms, and that may just be a whole new strain of mushrooms. Dizzy loves the beans. But I'm going to put this little hashtag down here so you can see me a little better. Let's get that banner at the bottom. Bean giveaway. We do that hashtag regular mushroom. There we go. Now I can take that down. We can see all the cameras. So let's smoke another bowl. What are you guys smoking tonight? And love to hear what you smoking on, Rasta, Steve-O, Kim. We got a couple people up in here. We got 12 people in here. I very much appreciate. And we're finally coming over at the Rumination Project. So when I started my podcast, I have like 580 followers on my Facebook page, and it's a dead page, which sucks. But you know, I don't really care where people follow me from. But I'd love people to follow me from the actual group, and I'll meet over there. The Rumination Project group, which we have a group now. I left the link down below. That's where we will be having a lot of our Rumination Project podcast live to now. And I don't know why I didn't think of the idea before, because like I said, I've had my own brand for 2 years now. And I kind of joined other groups to kind of push my brand, and then I realized that I can do it by myself, and I really want to. I'm really more motivated to push what the Rumination Project is about, instead of getting my voice kind of lost in another group. So we won't be going live to Misfit Island anymore. I will only be going live to the Rumination Project. And that was my own decision to do. I just wanted to do my own thing now and really push my own brand, which I should be more proud of what I've done, over the last 2 years, even though I don't realize, what I've done. It's kind of hard to remain humble, and see your own perspective of what you've accomplished in your own life. So sometimes I don't realize that enough. But I really do have a mission. I have a badass podcast logo. I really like my logo, and I really want to push what the Rumination Project's about, man. But thanks for joining me, Karen, Eric, Ross, Charles, Dizzy. Hit that hashtag instead of Juice Plus Tower. I didn't see that comment. Juice Plus Tower. So, Rasta, you just got started in that Juice Plus. Do you see any difference in your energy tonight? Oh, you're a partner now. Man, she sent you the stuff, and then you got partnered up in one day. You were like, man, this stuff works. I'm in. So it must have worked really well, huh? You said you started some of it yesterday. And I was wondering how your energy level was feeling today. So I imagine it's supposed to be really good for your immune system. Yeah, the protein shake is amazing. Doing well, Eric. Hope you're doing well as well. Hope everybody's doing well. It's 9:09 here in good old Quincy, Illinois. Got my Christmas tree up, ready for Christmas, but I was not ready for the cold weather. No, it was 15 degrees here last night, folks, and that's cold for Dan the Mushroom Man. And let me tell you, my mushrooms like it. They actually like the cold, believe it or not, and not that cold, but when it gets that cold outside, my mushroom temperature drops. And when it drops into the 50s, the blue oyster mushrooms really like those temps. They really turn like a really deep blue. So the colder temps are actually, the winters are actually a lot easier to grow mushrooms. So if you ever do want to learn how to grow mushrooms, do it in the winter. It's a lot easier. The summer months have a lot more issues with contaminations. A lot of the time when it gets above 76 degrees, there are bacteria and viruses are 300% more likely to spread. And it's that much difference. 76 degrees is like the temperature where bacteria and viruses just go crazy. If you keep it under 76 degrees, you really keep viruses and bacteria a lot more under control. It's when you go over that temp in your house or in any environment when you invite bacteria to actually grow. So, believe it or not, bacteria and viruses are in almost a lot of everything that is around us. It's just not active. It really has to be activated by certain situations, including the temperature. So, like say for instance, like a grain, you may just have a grain. That grain may actually have one spore of bacteria, and you can eat it. It's not going to do anything to you. It may never ever activate, but that little spore, if given the right conditions, can spread to all the other grains. So it's that 76 degree temp, man. So I am offering mushroom classes this spring too. If you're in my area, I will be in Macomb, Illinois. I will be in Quincy, Illinois. I'm teaching 2 separate mushroom classes on how to grow mushrooms. So look forward to doing that. That's in probably about 4 months' time. So still a lot of time left to do that. But we still have a hashtag here. Hit that hashtag. We're giving away a bean giveaway, some Mandarin cookies, and this cool keychain. And we got all these cameras going on, as you see here. I got a camera in my basement garden. I got a camera in my kitchen here. I'm going to show you tonight how to make a mushroom bag. So there's actually just 2 main ingredients that grow almost 90% of gourmet mushrooms in a gourmet garden. I'm going to show you how to do that. It's pretty simple once you do it. It's kind of intimidating. A lot of people like how to grow mushrooms indoors in bags. It's very intimidating, and people get once they hear that, they kind of back off because it is intimidating. I know that because I went through the same process where I was like, mushrooms in bags, the fuck? And I learned how to do it, and I learned how to do it more, and I learned how to do it more. And then I basically became like a habit now. It's part of my DNA. I am Dan the Mushroom Man now, and there's no going back. So we are going into our second full year of being in business at Great River Mushrooms and Herbal. And I believe that 2000, I'm still laughing. Sorry. I'm still laughing at that right there, that comment I made about myself. Sorry. Like I said, I'm a little under the weather, so I look really high right now, and I'm not. It's just that cold weather. I got a little bit of a sore throat, and I think maybe I got a little bit of virus. But I'm trying to before I go to bed tonight, I'm taking 64 milligrams of CBD and 60 milligrams of CBD, and I'm gonna knock this effing whatever this crap I have out. I'm gonna wake up probably at like 10 a.m. tomorrow, though, after I sleep for 12 hours. But you can pick me up on the way to Macomb. Damn it, that's too far south, man. Flip the breakers on. You growing some cannabis over there, Eric? Is that what? Or are you a mushroom farmer? Ah, okay. Growing some cannabis. I'll meet you at the crossroads. There you go. But yeah, I'm really excited about 2024. I have a new position at the job that I have. I actually drive for a roofing company currently. we're kind of in the off season, but once the spring starts, I will be in a new position with the company as the production manager, which means kind of new hours, different responsibilities, but a higher wage. So it's a good thing. And I plan on investing more money into my company. If I eventually may hire somebody if I get busy enough, which I eventually think will happen. All I have is gone nothing but up. And the summer months are definitely where all the profits are made, because I hit a lot of farmers markets and I want to hit more. And last year I missed a lot of opportunities by not growing enough mushrooms. And so eventually I will probably hire somebody to help me grow mushrooms. Meet you at the crossroads. Kona or Blue Moons. That's awesome, man. Is that in Illinois or is that in another state? But cheers. We got I'm gonna give this a couple more minutes and I'm gonna give these seeds away. How many people we got in that? We only got 9 people wanting seeds. 9 people. But I'm gonna give away some Mandarin cookie seeds in this cool thing to whoever wins that hashtag, Great River Mushrooms. And then we're gonna go into the other room here. Cheers. But we'll go back into the room. What's going on, Mikey? We got extra 2 cameras in here now. But look at this giant shiitake. I'll show it to you from 2 cameras. It is beautiful. That thing weighs 13 ounces, folks. That was 3 ounces away from a pound. It actually grew. So here's the shiitake it grew next to. 2 giant shiitakes grew out of one of these blocks. And I'll show you some shiitakes growing downstairs. But giant shiitakes, together they're 1.5 pounds. The 2 mushrooms weigh 1.5 pounds is, boom. These right here at the market, 1.5 pounds. Excuse me. These would sell for $30. These 2 mushrooms. Gourmet shiitakes usually sell for $12 per half pound. So you're going to be about $30 for these in this area. You go to the metropolitan areas, you're going to be more like $15, $16 per half pound. We got some beautiful blue oysters. And I don't know if you can see the blue in them, but they have a nice blue hue. These are just picked. They're probably kind of overripe, but when I grow my mushrooms in the winter, I don't really, per se, pick them when needed because they're going to be made into soup. So they don't need to be like fresh. So if you see what happens when they overripen, you see how the whole tip went up. So what the mushrooms is doing is when that mushroom starts to open up its cap, right before it opens up the cap all the way, it'll drop its spores. So this has already dropped its spores, and you can actually see some of them on this cap here. There's actually some white spots here. Those are the spores that fell. And then once that happens, the mushroom will start to lose weight. It'll actually start to dry up a little bit and it'll over ripen as it does here. It'll continue to open up its edges until it actually does something like that. I would not sell this at the farmer's market. This is not quality enough for me for the fact that it's overripe. But it does look pretty. It's going to be made in the soup anyway, so it doesn't really matter what appearance looks like because that's going to be cut up into pieces. We got an elm oyster right here. And you can see that the elm oyster is it's kind of like the blue oyster, but it has more of a nutty taste. Beautiful gill on it. So in between all these gills is where all the spores are at. So they're in this little mushroom, there are millions of them, millions of spores. And they're all hidden inside of these little pockets of gills. You can see right there. They're all gonna be inside there, and when the mushroom's ready, it'll drop them. How it drops them, I'm not really sure, but it's pretty amazing. You know, mushrooms are. Especially, they make a mess too. So when those first drop, you're actually gonna. If I had it on my counter, there'd be white dust everywhere. It's kind of crazy. But we also do a little cannabis. That's what I was gonna do here. I got some. This is how I make my fecal oil. So this is fecal. This is, well, let me see where you can see me both ways. Well, I guess you can see me there. So this is marijuana. This is basically trim crammed into this jar. It is that packed full. There's actually a lot in here. And what I'm going to do is now fill it up with Everclear. So I got a whole thing of Everclear. And you want to pack it all the way. So if you have cannabis and you have to stick it in a glass container, and you're going to pack it in as much as you can. So the great thing about being able to do FICO is that this is an extraction. This is not an infusion. So when you're doing like infusing, when you're working with coconut oil or butter, that's an infusion. But when you're making FICO, you're doing an extraction. So you just want the Everclear to touch every single leaf, and it's still going to touch every single leaf, even if you pack it in as much as you want. So we got the bottle of Everclear. The only thing I use. If you live in an area where maybe you have something similar to Everclear that might be 190 proof, go ahead and use it. But I like the Everclear because it's a wheat, and it has a lot of ingredients in it that are really good for the extraction of what I'm doing. So good quality stuff. Just buy the good stuff. It is expensive now. It's $35 for, but I'm going to be able to reuse this, and I'm sure I'll have an episode to show you how I do that. So we're just going to fill it all the way up till we get it all the way to the top. And like, it's better that it is all the way compact because it's not going to take much, but I don't remember how much it takes. It may take the whole bottle, but we recover, I'm able to recover 80% of whatever's in here with this machine I have. So we're just going to dump it in there. It's going. You can see it's going down the bottom, working its way. I need to take off the safety cap they have in it because it makes it go so slow. There we go. I may have to buy another bottle. We didn't get enough. But I do make a lot of FICO. I literally I probably made 15 to 18 syringes 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and I already sold them all. So I do need to make a lot more of this stuff. Because it is a popular product. I sell it for $25 for 1 gram syringes. That is way cheaper than the dispensary that normally charges about in Illinois $60 to $90 for 1 gram. And I have had people tell me it's some of the best stuff they have just for this process I use, I believe. So I'll show you the rest of. So it's slowly going down, and I think I'm gonna have to buy another bottle. I knew I should have bought 2 bottles, but who wants to spend $70 on some alcohol? Hell yeah. Thanks for all the tags, people. I appreciate it very much. I like to feed my microbes. Much. Hell yeah. What's up, Ashley? We were just talking about earlier about how you grow sustainable food throughout the summer or the winter as well, like I do. I mean, you grow vegetables, I grow mushrooms, but either way, growing food. What's going on, Betty? How you doing? It's Jordan. We're giving away some seeds here too, so anybody who just joined, hit that Great River Mushroom giveaway. I got some Mandarin cookies and a little keychain I'm giving away here. And we're going to hit that hashtag here in a second. After this bottle empties and I realized I didn't get enough alcohol. But it looks like it filled it just up. Actually, I did have enough. Hell yeah. I'm going to push it down a little more just to make sure. You want it to be all below the surface of the Everclear. So I'm going to push it down a little bit more and make sure it is. Which it is. Hell yeah, had just enough. So the next step here, we're going to put that cap back on it. And we're going to put it in the freezer. So it's going to go inside the freezer. And the longer you put it in there, the better. I really, truly believe that. And I've had people tell me, like I said, that this is some of the best FICO they've ever had. And I'll show you another jar I have in here. And these are just big jars I buy from Hobby Lobby. And this jar has been in here for almost a month. Now you want to freeze it for a minimum of a week, I'd say, but really the rule is at least 24 hours. But I would recommend a minimum of a week. Put it in the freezer. This one's been in here a month. I've kept it in there for 6 months, and I swear that stuff was potent. I truly believe the longer you leave it in there, the more cannabinoids you're going to get out. But I usually typically leave it in for a month, and that's usually really just enough. So this, you can see the Everclear in there, and it'll never freeze. And it's just going to sit in the alcohol. This is just a whole bunch of trim sitting in the Everclear. And eventually, I have a machine. I'm gonna remove all the flour out of here, leave the alcohol, and then I'm gonna extract the alcohol out with my little distiller machine, and I'm gonna be able to recover 80% of this Everclear here. So once I'm ready to do that, I'll have another episode about that because it's pretty cool how I do it. You can save a lot of money. So it's like a distilling machine, which is actually part of it's right over here. And it allows you to evaporate the Everclear and then recapture it again after it evaporates. You cool it back down, and then it turns back into a liquid. So a pretty cool machine. But we always have stuff going on in the kitchen, and I guess I didn't show this. This is just how I make my coconut oil. And this was actually for Ted Hanser. I think it was not Ted, sorry. Tim Martin, he had an order of some coconut oil, and I usually make it to order. When you order coconut oil, I make it fresh. It's not sitting in our fridge for months. That's why it's really good stuff, because I make it fresh. You never know how fresh it is when you buy it from a dispensary, and you're paying twice as much. This is basically the machine I use. It's a magic butter machine, but a different brand. I put it inside of this filter bag, and this is simple micron filter, kind of like a paint something to filter your paint. It's one of those things, really. And this is the first filter, so you're going to dump my liquid in here, and I'm going to dump all my flour in here. So you can see there's a whole bunch of flour, which is, once it goes to this machine, it basically looks like sand. And then I run it through this machine, this little thing here. It's going to come out this nozzle, and then it runs through 4 filters. So it runs through a 25 micron filter, then it runs through another filter, then it runs through 2 other filters. So by the time it gets down here, it's been quadruple filtered. And this is how it allows me to use my trim. So if you read online, there are a lot of stories that say don't use your trim for coconut oil or butter to infuse because it's so messy. But really, the way to get it is you have to filter it really well. And I have these filters here, and I've done a lot of experimenting with kind of filtering it. And, I know some people have some awesome filtering machines as well. But man, you can use your trim for so much if you just learn how to filter it properly. And because it's all medicine, and people are so wasteful with their trim, and there's so much useful medicine inside that stuff that is just as potent as your cannabis. Now, it may not be really good to smoke, but you can put it into FICO, or you can infuse it into coconut oil, and you can really make some really potent products out of something that you really thought was garbage, like your trim. Everclear. Well, I'm not drinking the Everclear. I go to the liquor store once a year to buy Everclear, and I don't ever drink any of it. So, but I don't ever. When I actually remove all the Everclear, there is no alcohol in it. So it is a complete. It is not a tincture. This is a complete FICO, and I have some here. And I've tested it with lighting it. It's pure FICO. And this is probably some of the best stuff I've ever made. The consistency is amazing. And this is the stuff I just sold about 20 1 gram cartridges of. But it sticks to a toothpick like that. It's not runny. It's pretty thick. Where's that camera at? Amazing stuff, man. I really like it. And this is what I made with the distiller machine. The distiller machine I've used 3 times now. So the first time it was okay. I used that machine. The second time I fucked up really bad, and I actually burned the FICO, and I had to throw it away. And the third time I used this machine was recently, and this is what I came out with. This stuff's just gold, man. It's really good stuff, and it's really potent. And I wasn't sure how potent it was until I started selling it, and I started getting feedback. One girl said that she was starting to she took it one night and she had her pain went away. She had some severe pain leg, and she was able to sleep that night. And I can say the same thing, because when I hurt, sorry, I didn't mean to flick you off, but when I hurt this finger 2 weeks ago, it was probably one of the top 5 painful things I've ever experienced. And that night, it was throbbing so bad. I kept waking up in the middle of the night. My finger was just throbbing. You know, when you bang your finger on something, how it throbs. And I took some of my FICO oil. I finally couldn't go to sleep. I went and got a big old dab of FICO, and I took it, and I fell asleep. And it does take care of pain very well, and especially when you have severe pain like that, where your fingers just throb in the middle of the night, and after you're injured. You got a big old puff white ball. I've never actually had the puffer mushrooms. I'm not still, I grow all my mushrooms indoors, so I actually know there's no bugs in them. I know there's no animals that got into them, so I'm always kind of still, unless they're morels. I'll pick morels all day, but other mushrooms that have been around, sitting around for a while, they usually have insects to get to them first. Burns like a bench is a tester. Yep. Peach brandy moonshine. Do you use that as an extraction? Moonshine? Well, I guess moonshine would be strong enough. Even corn liquor has a way better taste than Everclear and works for cooking. Yeah. I've always used Everclear because it has wheat in it that kind of the cannabis they say tends to stick to the wheat molecule better, so it has a better extraction. That's the science I've read, and that because Everclear uses they use such high quality products, and that's why it's a very good extraction. And so Everclear is a more like it's 190 proof. It's not really something you would drink straight up. Most of the stuff that's used for Everclear is used to make tinctures. But Ashley says she uses something else. If you can get a hold of moonshine, I imagine that would work really well, because that stuff's just pure alcohol. Comes off over 180 proof. I don't know anywhere to get straight, moonshine. Are you guys talking like straight illegal off the street moonshine? Yeah, so we gotta get the pressure cookers going, because I'm gonna make a bag tonight. So we got one pressure cooker here. And we're gonna fill up a little bit of water before we go downstairs and make the bag. We're just going to use this much water and put it in there, and then we're going to. You can use plastic mushroom bags. So when you actually use all my mushroom bags that I use have to be sterilized. So they have to be put into a pressure cooker like this, or Other big mushroom companies have larger devices, which while I will eventually have, they're very expensive machines. The pressure cookers have worked good so far. I can do about 9 bags, per time. Because I have 2 pressure cookers. But eventually, as business picks up, I'll have to have more, better systems to do this, where I can do 50 bags at once instead of 9, which is really what I would rather do. I want to make a device where I can do like 50 bags at once. But I have a small pressure cooker and a large one. As you can see here, one of them's a little bit taller. You can fit a lot more in that one. And I have a smaller one. Anybody who knows pressure cookers knows pressure cookers are expensive now. The large ones now are like nearly $200. The small ones, $140 new. But man, they've just gone up a lot. Because during COVID, everybody started doing canning more. Canning in the canning industry, just everybody bought the machines. So there was a shortage of them for a while. You couldn't even get them on Amazon. But these are just 50 psi. These are the Royce pressure cookers. If you're gonna get the best, get the best. These are I can't remember what brand. The Presto brand. Sorry, I can't even remember. And Presto makes some of the best pressure cookers, so I got 2 of them. You only have to replace the ring, and they're very safe to use. Oh, you don't have a pressure cooker? I assume maybe you did, Ashley, because you're so I thought maybe you'd be into canning. 180 proof, damn straight. That Mountain Man moonshine made like popcorn something. Man, that's pretty cool. What's going on, Janny? How you doing? Anybody else want to get in that hashtag? I didn't forget about it. I'm going to give it away here in a second. We're going to away some beans for just get Great River mushrooms, some mandarin cookies, 3-pack of photo feminized seeds by I can't remember the name. Devo told me, but I can't remember. And one of the bad things about that pico oil is it gives you really bad cotton mouth. So I always recommend mixing it with food, which I didn't do. And now I have really bad cotton mouth. Like that's why I don't like taking large amounts of it. Like that one night, I finally was like, man, I'm in so much pain. I'm gonna take a big old dab. And I don't care what the consequences are in the morning when I wake up and your throat's all dry. But we got the water in both pressure cookers. I'm gonna turn them on low. While I go downstairs, that's enough to get them ready. Then we'll load them up. Take that. Great thing is we can watch it on the camera up here. If we leave that camera here. Watch the pressure cooker. I don't think it's going to get any pressure on it. I actually have the wrong lid and the wrong device too. I didn't realize that because sometimes you have starter moments. You put the wrong lid on the wrong one. And also, anybody who does can, Amazon for a while, the deals on these were really hard to get a hold of. And I know that because the first year I had one, I was like, where the fuck do you buy the new seals at? And Amazon finally has them. And they're really easy to find on there now. So once a year, you have to replace these seals on them. And because they do go bad and the pressure cooker will quit holding pressure eventually. You can make them last longer by using Vaseline on them a couple times a year. I use, when I'm heavy in my season, I'm using these pressure cookers 3 or 4 times a week. And I usually put them on Vaseline on them once a week at that point. And they'll make them last a lot longer because eventually they'll shrink and then they won't hold a seal. And then you'll wonder why your pressure cooker won't hold pressure. It's really aggravating when that starts to happen. because you wanted to hold 15 psi. So turn it on low. Pressure cooker's making a weird noise. I'm just making sure it's okay. Yeah, it's just water evaporating. Well, now we'll go downstairs and show you how to make a bag. Well, let's smoke a cannabis bowl before we do that. And give these seeds away like I just forgot, you know. Bean giveaway, get that great for mushrooms. I'm going to give this thing away. Let me bring that back up. We got 15 people in there. Is that what that says? Just 10. And I know not everybody grows, so I only want you to, you know, to take the seeds if you can grow them. But these are the two. Give away some mandarin cookies, 3-pack feminized, and this cool little keychain. I'm gonna give it 2 more minutes. And then we're gonna give away some coconut oil. Interesting. We got some coconut oil too to give away. Let me go get a bottle of it. But we got some Romulan medical cannabis I'll give away after this. That is 16. So basically this is a half cup. So basically you can add it to any kind of baking recipe. Most recipes call for half a cup. So this is 385 milligrams of THC in a whole recipe. So let's say you make a dozen cookies. The cookies are going to be pretty strong. I'll tell you that much. And Romulan's an interesting strain. It's a strain I grew once. It actually smells like snap peas when you grow it. It smells more like a vegetable, like more like a sweet snap pea smell. But when it actually finishes off and cures, it smells more like a gassy smell. But it's really interesting when it grows. That it smells like snap peas. But it was actually a strain named after the Star Trek or whatever, Star Wars. Yeah, I'll send somebody that. Let's hit this giveaway for these seeds. Yeah, 13 people now in there. Good luck, everybody. Good luck. Let's hit it. Back is one. Back up. That is the truth. We'll follow the new page. We're good. Congratulations. Let's go for a second o'clock. You know, congratulations so much. Another round back up. Oh man, it won't stop. Very good. Congratulations, party up in there. Well, congrats, Becca. I don't know if you don't grow back into it. You're welcome to give these away to somebody as well. I don't know if you grow cannabis. But I'm putting that down so you can hear me. But you're welcome to give those away to somebody as well. I won't be offended. Load this cannabis bowl and then we're gonna go make some mushroom bags. But let's give this giveaway for this Romulan too. Let's hit it. Hashtag. Let's hit hashtag. I'm gonna think of something creative here. Yep, there it is. Let's hit that. Let's hit that hashtag. I got something good here. There we go. Straight nature, homie. You know, I did that straight cash, homie, the other night. That's just funny. Straight nature, homie. We're gonna give away some coconut oil to somebody. We got some 385 milligram half cup THC of some Romulan strain coconut oil. And I'll even throw some slaps in there too. You know, I got a lot of mushroom slaps. I'll throw you in a bunch of those. But look at all this other stuff I could give away too. I mean, I have this stuff. We got, you know what, people know what that is. You know, we got Lion's Mane. You know, that's some good stuff. We got some Christmas candles. Look at this cool Christmas candle. Candles. You know, I'm going to be making candles this week. So there's a lot of stuff we'll be giving away this week. I love giving stuff away, especially around the holidays. Also, hit up greatrivermushrooms.com. Check out stuff that I have. I do sell, you know, a lot more than just mushrooms. But there, congrats. Becca ain't even in here either. Not that it matters, but I don't expect anybody to be in here when you win. So, it's straight nature, homie. Anybody that's straight cash, homie, that was actually Randy Moss who said that a long time ago. Straight cash, homie. Just love this cannabis bowl, and then we're gonna go mess with some mushrooms. How many people know how to grow mushrooms out there? Does anybody know the 2 main ingredients that it takes to grow mushrooms? Oh, that's not the right hashtag. I don't even have the right hashtag on this. Take that off. If you inhale sage, will put you in a positive mood. You know, I feel like this is an important. If you are into doing mushrooms, magic mushrooms to heal yourself, I'd say this is a requirement. This stuff, strange things happen when you're on mushrooms, and sometimes, even though this stuff may not actually work like sage, you know, maybe it doesn't ward off evil spirits, it's going to make you feel better. And at the end of the day, that's all that really matters. So I've used it before when I felt very uncomfortable during a mushroom trip, and it made me feel better. So each their own, but I think it's a good thing to have just for that fact to help maybe make you feel a little bit better. Do not inhale sage. No, I mean, you inhale when you do it in your house. You're supposed to like go through your house in a counterclockwise motion after you light it. And there's a guidebook that I have that came with it. So do not inhale it though. You don't want to directly inhale it. But it's great to ward off those evil spirits. And also tag a friend in. If we get 20 people in here, I'll give them some more stuff away. We got 12 in here right now. Tag some friends. Let's get some more people up in here, and let's show people how to do some mushroom farming. Just don't panic. It's organic. Cleanses and purifies the air too. That is true, which may have an influence on your trip. Who knows? Cheers. Well, let's go downstairs now. So I think these will be fine on low for a second. And we need to get our gloves. So we go, all of our gardens in my basement, the whole basement, this pretty large basement. You can already see there's one camera down here. Get some more light though. But basically, we're gonna make some mushroom bags, and we have all the ingredients. Basically, right here. All these tubs here have all the ingredients to grow mushrooms in it. Did the music just go off? I keep forgetting to. Hopefully I didn't lose my sound. There's the music. Quit hearing the music, so I thought maybe you couldn't hear me. But yeah, those are all the ingredients. I use soy hull and hardwood pellets. Those are the two ingredients that grow a lot of mushrooms. So I love shroom. They open blood vessels, alarm more oxygen. Heck yeah. Rasta. The first thing I gotta do is my alcohol bottles need refilled. So I literally use 70% alcohol. So I buy my alcohol and 99% alcohol from Menards. It's actually the cheapest place to buy it on the market is Menards. I've checked everywhere, and literally the cheapest place is to get your alcohol shipped to your Menards and buy it there. So I'm just gonna put it fill it up to about 70% of the way, and then I'm going to fill the rest of the way with water. Because 70% alcohol is actually kills a lot more germs than 100 because it sits on the surface longer. So when you put the alcohol on a surface, it actually sits on there longer at 70%, and then if it actually kills more germs than 99% alcohol. 99% alcohol almost immediately evaporates when it hits the surface. So I'm just going to put a little bit of water to top it off, and that way we're going to be at about 70% alcohol. And our bottles were getting a little empty, so we just got to refill them a little because it's a requirement to do all this is to have a lot of alcohol. You've got to kill a lot of germs. We also have hydrogen peroxide. So we have a spray bottle of that as well. Hydrogen peroxide kills a lot of other different bacteria and viruses more than alcohol. Do not mix them together. You will actually create a toxic chemical. I can't remember what it's called. But do not mix them together. Keep them separate bottles, and then spray them separately when you use them. So that's just it creates a vapor that can be very harmful to breathe in. So again, we're just going to go over 70%. We're going to fill the rest with water, and that should give us about 70%. And we'll take that, put that out of the way. We got 2 full bottles of 70% alcohol. And now we're going to have a whole bottle of peroxide as well. So we're just going to dump the whole bottle in here. We just got solution peroxide. Actually, I need to move that down so you can actually see me better. We are giving away coconut oil. Let me change that, and you can see me better. Straight cash, homie. Put that hashtag in. Okay, now you guys can see me better. Thanks for all the notifications there, Ashley. And like I said, we're just going to put the rest of this peroxide in here because this stuff kills a whole different amount of germs. It has no odor, too. That's the hard thing for me to tell with hydrogen peroxide. It doesn't have really any odor. Half the time I forget it's in here then. So we got that full of some hydrogen, and I'm going to write this in the bottle this time so I don't forget. And hydrogen peroxide actually kills like trichodermia. Trichodermia is that blue stuff you see that mostly grows on bread in the summer, or you'll see it on a lot of different stuff. It is bluish, greenish color. It's the most common bacteria, common contamination in the world. And peroxide actually kills it better than alcohol does. So we got peroxide too. And now we'll throw this stuff out of the way and start making a bag here. So this is what a mushroom bag is. This is a fully inoculated one. And this is what I'm going to make 3 of these right tonight here. And I'll show you how to make 3 of them. Those are my 4-pound bags. They're commercial. These are the ones I sell on my website. I make 10-pound bags that I only use inside of my grow facility, which is right here. This grow tent, which I'll show you right now. So there's a whole bunch of shiitakes in here. You can see the tent is kind of empty right now because, like I said, I'm not in mushroom season. There's no farmers markets to sell at right now. So I really took everything out of here about a month ago, all the bags, and I really cleaned it out because I had a really bad gnat problem. So we really took care of the gnat problem. But now we just have a bunch of shiitakes growing. Let me bring myself up so you can see all these shiitakes. If I can do it. There we go. So you can see we got shiitakes growing all over this block. And they're just growing all over. Shiitakes over there. They basically just grow all over. So this is a block. You can see like even that slime there. It's creating its own enzymes. And they all create their own enzymes. Sometimes you do get a couple contaminations too in here. And this is where the hydrogen peroxide comes in handy. So you just spray the hydrogen peroxide on whatever contamination you have, and it should kill the germs. So sometimes you do get a little on shiitake blocks. It's pretty normal. Because contaminations happen, especially this fruiting tent. It's kept very, very clean in here, but it's not kept as clean as my lab. And these mushroom blocks are basically inoculated almost 3 months ago, and then they're put inside here. And this is a fruiting tent. This is my Great River Mushrooms fruiting tent. And you can see here, let me get this somewhere. This is the main tool inside of this room. So this is the humidity device that actually makes this room stay at 85% humidity. Because if you use any kind of other device, you would have to use a huge humidifier, or spend $1,000 in making some kind of system that they have on the market to add humidity. So I made this device myself for about $200, and it uses an atomizer from like a fog machine. You can see it in here. And you can't really see it because it's on, but there's an atomizer in there that like you see inside of a fogging machine, the fountain per se. And this thing has a valve in here too, so when it needs more water, it will start to fill up itself. It's hooked up to the plumbing in my house. You can see right here a little plumbing part that comes out. So it refills all by itself, and it keeps the humidity in this room at 80%. I have to clean this device about once a month. I'm gonna just take it apart and clean it. But other than that, this is the main. I would not be able to have a mushroom business without this device here. This is one of the main things that you really have to have to go to a commercial level. So you can see all that humidity coming out. When I actually close this tent up, this whole tent, if it's cold enough, the fog will actually, you won't even be able to see anything in this tent. It will completely fill up with moisture. So we have a little lion's mane block in here. Let me show you. This is the second flush of a lion's mane. You can see it's starting to grow there. It'll grow probably 3 or 4 times that big. pretty mushroom. And we also have some blue oyster blocks in here, some elm oyster. But other than that, really don't have a lot other than the shiitake blocks, which are going to probably made in the soup. Or if anybody wants to, in Quincy area, wants to locally buy some shiitake mushrooms, they are $12 per half pound, and I'll be happy to deliver them as well. But that's where all the mushrooms grow. And, this is one of the blocks that is, this is the 10-pound commercial shiitake blocks. So the shiitake blocks are made differently than the blue or elm oyster. They have a little bit less nutrition in them and stuff. I'll explain that here in a second when we make this block. The first thing I'm going to do is get these buckets out, and I'm going to fill them up with some weight here. So you can see this camera over here. Let me take this off. See this camera over here against this wall that needs some paint on it. We're going to fill up some of these blocks. So we have buckets here. We're going to fill up with hot water and soy hull pellets and hardwood pellets. And they're actually, the hot water, is that a fly? That is a fly in the middle. I don't know where a fly came from when it's, 15 degrees outside. You got to find an empty container to have somewhere around it. Somewhere. Good crap. Apparently it don't. I have how much of dirt in the container I need, so I got to take this dirt out. Let me do that real quick. I think we got. Put those into some buckets. So what we're going to do is we're going to put the hot. I have a hose down here. Put that really hot water, and we're going to break the pellets up into mush. Then we're going to mix it in a large container and then put it into the bag. So we need this large container to mix it all in. So this container had dirt in it from my gardening. Get all the dirt out. So we got a hot water hose. It's like literally boiling hot. I really like the fact that I have it. Because it really allows you to clean things a lot more efficiently. And this hose here has the boiling hot water that basically comes out. And it allows you to break pellets up if you need to, like I have to do here. A hot water hose is really required. I'm just going to rinse that out so we can mix all that together. And we're going to turn this camera around, and then we're going to go to the other side here. Hey guys, what's going on, Joe? Rasta, you got a fly buzzing around the house. Oh man, that's crazy. There's still flies around even. What's going on, Ted? Gotta catch it with the chopsticks. I dropped my pocket. Don't forget to hit those reactions button, hit that hashtag as well. So I have a chart over here. I don't know if you can see it there on the wall. And it allows me, it's my cheat sheet for how many bags. So let's say I want to make four 4-pound bags. It tells me how much wood pellets I have to put in and how much soil hole in pounds. And let's say I want to make 3 10-pound bags of shiitake blocks, which take a little bit slightly more different ingredients. I have my cheat sheet here, and it basically just tells me, how much weight I have to have. I got an industrial scale right here. You can see it's actually a crane scale. Because I bought a cheap scale once and it already broke, so I was like, I'm just gonna buy something that won't ever break. And so we got this scale here. We're gonna weigh all of our stuff out on it. And in these containers behind me, get the gloves on. Got too much stuff sitting out. But in these containers right here are all the ingredients to grow the mushroom. So this container has my grain in it, and these grains are needed to inoculate all mushrooms. They're used to colonize mushrooms, and then this is the soil hole. You can see the soil hole is it's literally pelletized, and a soil hole is basically the unusable part of the soybean. So when they take the soybean out, there's an outer shell. And basically, what they do is they make it and they mix it with water and they turn it into a shell like that, a pellet. And then these are the wood pellets, and these are literally the wood pellets that you use in your hardwood pellet stoves. I buy these cheap as hell. They're literally 40 pounds for $6, and the soil hole is about $90 per 500 pounds. So they're both really cheap products to use to grow mushrooms. I literally buy these ingredients twice a year. I usually go to a local place that's about 45 minutes away, and I buy 500 pounds twice a year, and that stuff lasts me through the year. I still have a lot left. I mean, I still have tons of bags. So those are all my ingredients, the 3 main ingredients that are needed to grow 90% of mushrooms. So are right there. Hope you're having a good night too. Wow. Concentrate, young grasshopper. Feel like the kids in the back, huh? I didn't mean to make you feel like the kid in the back. Get some gloves on. We can do a little more work here. Got this cool. We got all these game wrangles here. Over here. Let's see if we can get a little better in. So we're gonna do 3 bags of regular. We call it the Master's Mix hardwood pellets. The Master's Mix is 50% soywood, 50% hardwood pellets, 50% soil hole by weight. So let's say my 4-pound bag is going to have my 4-pound bag is going to have 0.8 pounds of soil hole, 0.8 pounds of hardwood pellets per bag, and then the rest is going to be water weight. So, and that's going to be 2.4 pounds of water. So we're going to do 3 bags of the 4-pound bags. So we're going to need 2.4 pounds of each ingredient. So we're going to set the scale, tar it out to 0. We're going to add 2.4 pounds of some soywood pellets. Usually don't take much. Like I said, a lot of this is just water weight. Majority of mushroom bag. So we got 2.4 pounds, and then we're gonna have 7.2 pounds of water. We're gonna break that in half to 3.6 pounds of water because we want this to sit in the hot water for a little bit to break this up. So we're gonna tar that again, and we're gonna go 3.6 pounds of water. And again, we have boiling hot water here, so this is gonna work really great to break it up. So we're gonna put 3.6 pounds of water in here. Wait for that scale to get there. 3.6 is half of the weight of the whole thing, so that's why these are really going to expand once the hot water hits it. And then we're at 3.6 pounds. We'll let that sit there for a second. It's going to break up a lot. Then we're going to get another bucket here to mix the hardwood pellets with. So now we're going to do 4 pounds of hardwood pellets. This hardwood pellets break up a lot easier than the soil. They're basically hardwood pellets. They're all hardwood species. And then they pelletize it. And they usually set it up for your pellet stoves. 2.4 pounds. We're going to add, again, 3.6 pounds of water. Pour that again. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for joining me tonight. What's up, Ted, Gabe? Oh, you're talking. Roth is talking to Gabe. Jenny, what's going on? You need a late slip for mushroom class? 3.6 pounds of some hot water. There we go. Now we're gonna let it sit there a minute. It's probably about ready to mix here. And I usually mix in this container, which you're gonna be able to see perfectly in here. Big ass container. Boom. Can't really see it over here though. It might be better over here now. There you go. Yeah, this is the big ass container here. Usually I mix a lot more than this, but let's say I'm doing 9 bags, probably 9 bags. So I got a little thing at the end here that I use to bag all this stuff up, which I'll show you here. And here we got some Germex all over the house. Do that shit all the time. Saves you from using alcohol because trying to keep the germs from spreading down here while I do all this. There are germs on me. So the hardwood pellets look like they're good to go. I'm going to dump them in here. They're kind of mushy. They're going to be I usually mix a lot more than this. It's a really small batch. So the hardwood pellets in. There's still a lot of water in there, so you can strong to pour. So we'll do here slowly. Like I said, I use hot water, which really helps break it down. So it's going to sit here at the bottom here with the water. It'll break down a little more. Typically, I do this over a 30-minute period, but we don't have that time. They do break down quickly. There's a damn fly out here. I don't know where the damn fly came from. Came out of the twilight zone. It was 15 degrees out last night. I know there was no fly in the garage. So basically, we want to mix this together very well. We want to be a 50-50 mix, and it's going to reach a level where it's not going to be soupy anymore. It's going to be, there's not going to be much liquid. The hardwood pellets, the soil pellets, haven't really absorbed everything there. So break it down now. So hardwood pellets and soil pellets. It's all it takes to grow mushrooms. You can grow, I can grow little mushrooms with 2 ingredients. You know, it's crazy that I can turn this into something I can sell. It basically going to get to a level where you're not going to see water in it. You're getting there. You're going to pick it up and it's going to be sweet. Getting there. Things are going to go on. So I can still feel the soil is a little hard still. A little bit more of it. We added our ingredients right, so we'll use the scale. You know your mass level wrong. Don't forget the bar. Reset the scale. 2.4 pounds. soil 2.4 pounds of hardwood to make just 3-4 pound bags, which will grow about 6 pounds of mushrooms. So these three bags I'm about to make will turn into 6 pounds of mushrooms. My larger bags grow anywhere from 5 to 6 pounds of mushrooms. My 10-pound bags. I do not sell those because I would have to sell them for like $60. The ones that grow 2 pounds are $22 on my website. And I have yellow oyster, I have elm oyster, and blue oyster that I kind of sell bags of. I do not sell the stocky blocks because they are hard to hold. You really have to have a special environment because they require a lot of humidity. So I do not sell those because a lot of people just don't have that kind of environment to grow them. They didn't know the bottom and grow them and complain they didn't work right, so that's why I don't sell them. People don't work correctly. But there are the companies that sell stocky blocks. I like stocky blocks in my garden. It's good, man. We really had to let it sit further to really break down that soil pellets, which are really hard. Soil pellets recently were harder. Like I bought them 2 years ago, they were not this hard, and then I went back about 500 pounds, and they're perfect soil, a lot harder to move water. From the same company too. Sure. But soil is basically the nutrition. The hardwood is basically what forms the moisture solid for growing. Good enough for me. We're going to start bagging it down. What we do is we have this up here now. We have a 4 pound here, and we also have this thing right here. I'll show you. This is the bagging machine, which is right here. This thing right here. So we're gonna stick a bag on this thing, just like this. And we have a magnet here inside that holds the bag up on there. Then we're gonna weigh 4 pounds out. We're gonna dump it in there. So you get a little scooper here to scoop on. 4 pounds out. But you have somewhere. So 4 pounds is much. This stuff's pretty wet still, but it'll continue to evaporate the water and absorb into it. So. 4 pounds. You probably want to mix it a little better too. Not mix it well. If you really want to mix it well, that's the issue. You don't mix it well, you're not going to get good growth. Eventually, I will have a concrete mixing machine down here that will actually do the mixing for me when I do my large batches. So you want the soil and the hardwood really mixed thoroughly because it really needs the nutrition throughout the whole mushroom to grow. Try this again. So we can break up 4 pounds in the bag. Sometimes we grow too much, we take back out. Typically, it's a lot faster than this, I tell you. Now we have that. Usually have a bucket tube for water because we get shit all over our hands. But I didn't have that ready either. So we're gonna dump that into the bag now. You can see this bag sitting in here. We're gonna shake it in there. Make sure we get it all in there. That's a 4 pound bag now. Hardwood pellets. See it right there. We're gonna set that off to the side and then weigh out another 4 pounds. Shake it. Starting to dry up now. You can see that's more of a dryer. Really, you won't see the water until you squeeze it. And again, we're going to put a bag on there. 4 pounds in there. Pretty simple. I'll have 2 of these next year when I do it faster. You can also buy machines that do this. All kinds of mushroom ideas do this faster. But so far this works. I make it work pretty good. We'll put a third one on there, and that's the last one we were making. So we got these little small bags, and then we got larger bags as well. It is a piece of ductwork, Rasta. Piece of ductwork screwed to the side of the table. Magnets to hold it up. It works great. Just shake all that together. Now it looks like you got all of this. Maybe 4 pounds left. Like I said, this usually works better. I usually pre-soak hours ahead. So all the colors are actually forward. I didn't do that tonight, so I wanted to show you all this. Take this forward, dump the rest in there. And hopefully at 4 pounds. Hopefully we didn't short ourselves. Which happens. If you short yourself, the mushrooms will still grow. They'll just grow not as many. We were 2/10 short. Not bad, not bad. Take it off, and then I'll show you how to close it up. Just like that. So we got clothespins up here hanging above me. Basically, we're just gonna hold them up. We have a filter here that we want to keep open. See that filter patch there? So I kind of have a method to folding these now. I've done them for so long. We'll push all the air out, come to the end, then you do 3 folds, and then you put 2 clothespins on it. And the clothespins are about the only thing that can survive a pressure cooker to keep it closed. And these will expand more. These pellets are still expanding. Because I didn't soak them long enough, but they'll continue to expand in the pressure cooker. And we'll just do triple fold there, 2 clothespins, and then we load it up here in these crates I have. Carry all this stuff around the house in. All right, now we're going to put these in the pressure cooker. So, take that speaker back upstairs. And we'll show you how the pressure cooking. Getting pretty warm now. That was almost cold. At least so I can see you here. water. Some of it may have evaporated, so we throw a little more in there. And then we got to get our pillowcases out. So we have pillowcases that actually prevent the bag from burning on the actual side of the pressure cooker. So we use these pillowcases and we put the bags inside of them. So the pressure cooker, put the bag in first, and then you can actually pick the bag and just set it inside that bag. And fold it inside, but you have to, these are mixed, I think they're 60% cotton, 40% polyester. You want to get a mixed fabric because otherwise you'll burn the fabric as well. I haven't been reading the comments, but MacGyver mushrooms, the soup cam, yeah. And actually, I meant to put that in the pressure cooker first. So we're gonna put that lid on, turn the pressure cooker on high now. Pressure cooker is on high. We're going to get to 15 psi, which it should happen pretty fast because these things are already warmed up. And this one can actually fit 3 bags. This pressure cooker can fit 6 of these smaller bags or 3 large bags, and this smaller one can fit 1 large bag. So you can fit a lot of bags in there at once. And these are going to be in here for 2.5 hours. And it's going to sterilize and kill almost any germs. And I like to put the filters up in here so that that air can actually breathe. Because like I said, they're going to expand a little bit while they're in here. So squeeze them in there. Make sure the clothespins stay on. They're going to fold the bag up in there and make sure there's no plastic touching the side. I did this once without the pillowcases, and I melted the bags into the containers. Like the bags actually melted to the side. It was not good. Not a good day. Smelled horrible. But now we go full blast. And we're going to let them pressurize here. They should happen pretty fast. We'll read some comments here. Smoke a little bowl. I got a bunch of water here. And then once they pressurize, we're going to go down into the lab. The MacGyver of mushrooms. Much love to you, Ted, too. Soup, there it is. The soup cam. Well, it's not quite the soup cam. You can't really see what it says because I have that hashtag up. Let me take that down. The lab cam number 2, lab cam number 1. So we do have a hashtag, straight nature, homie. We're giving away some coconut oil, some Romulan coconut oil, 4 ounces of it. Hit that hashtag. Invite a friend in. Let's learn about mushrooms. We have not even been into the lab yet. Guys, we have not even been into the lab. None of these cameras even show the lab yet. Let's go set up a camera, though. You're not going to be able to hear me, but you're going to be able to see me. So I'll be right back. So you'll be able to hear me. But we're going to set this camera up in the lab so we can get all ready to go. All right. Lab camera's in. We got a lab camera up. Straight nature, homie. Rocking. Well, thank you. Now you just gotta wait for some pressure cookers. Pressurize, which they're starting to now. Don't want to blow your house up when you mess around with pressure cookers, but the first time I ran these, I did have that anxiety I was going to blow up my house. So actually, this weird because I haven't used them in like literally 6 weeks. I have not used these pressure cookers, so when you don't use them for a while, you kind of slowly forget. But like I said, when I'm in season, I literally run these things 3 times a week, and there's no farmers markets now. And I was working a lot of hours at my other job, so one of the things that happens too is anybody who knows pressure cookers, these little damn things get stuck. And you can see right here, there's an overpressure valve that is back here. That's the first thing that pressurizes. And it's actually gonna pressurize that, and then it's gonna start shooting water out here. So it starts spitting water, and the best thing to keep that from doing that is to get a towel and put your hand on it and push down on it for like 10 seconds. Eventually the valve will pressurize and it'll actually just push out without shooting water everywhere. Sometimes it just takes like 5 minutes before it pressurizes, and it's literally just shooting water all over. Especially if you have the container full of a lot of things, because the fuller this is, so now you can see the valve shot out. It's now fully it's pressurized at least 1%. It's at 2 psi now. So that's a great way to keep it if it just keeps spitting everywhere, is to get a towel, push down on it for 5 to 10 seconds. It'll eventually pressurize enough to shoot the valve out, and it won't keep spitting water everywhere like sometimes it does. So that happens a lot more if you have a lot of stuff in the container, because the water will shoot up the sides of the container, and then it'll try to go through the valve, and it will go around the whatever you call it. The rubber seal. There's a seal up there, and it'll go around the seal and shoot water through it until it's fully, at least 1%, 1 psi. So the smaller one's being slower because I have a power burner on my stove, so the power burner is for the big pressure cooker. But it literally the power burner will heat up my pressure cookers like 25% faster. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of stoves do. The power burner on the left side. So the power burner basically is the burner that burns like 25% more than the other ones. A lot of people don't know that. It actually will usually say it on the knob. It will say power burner. Some of them don't with us. But they'll heat your pressure cookers up a lot faster too. I know that because you can put side by side, and then you can see how much faster. So the second one's now pressurized. Well, almost. So the way these work is basically, you have that valve now, and then you have this thing on top. And these weights, each weight is 5 psi, including this thing. So that's 5 psi. You add another 5, that's 10 psi, and then that's 15 psi, which is what is required to sterilize most things. Then you put that on there, and eventually the pressure will equal a weight where it will actually exhaust, the pressure of the inside out at 15 psi. So then it'll start rocking. For those of you who don't have an understanding of pressure cookers, because I didn't 2 years ago, I had no fucking idea how to use a pressure cooker. Straight nature, homie. Yeah, Debbie, make sure you spell that right. With that T instead of the R. Straight nature. So this one's already up to 7 psi. I don't have a meter on this one, so I don't really know. Because only one of them has a pressure valve. It's not required, but it's nice to have because you can read it as it goes up. This one, we want it to be at 15 psi, so once we hit pressure and it starts rocking, we want to knock the temperature down to half. whatever your stove is. This is a hard to do on electric stoves. It's not recommended to use pressure cookers on electric stoves, but I know people who have done it. Someone just grabbed my ass. That's funny. What's up, Bobbert? Hope you're having a good night. What was I saying? Yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I was talking about once it reaches PSI, turn the heat down half, and then usually I leave it at half for about 5 minutes, and then I go down about 15% more. So you can save a little more, gas. You get it right to that right temperature where you hit 15 PSI, and not have an excessive heat coming out. I've done my math. Every time I use these pressure cookers, it costs 7 cents per pressure cooker. So, like, say I used 2.5 hours tonight. My cost, I believe, is only 14 cents to pressure cook these, and the gas cost, which isn't bad. I'm only using them 3 times a week, so you're literally you're under $1 to sterilize all your stuff, which is you cannot have a mushroom business unless you have these as well. Sterilization, it's important. It was Jimmy Bobbert. What's going on, Stephanie? How you doing tonight? That's the side effect. Thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. We still have the Straight Homie giveaway. Straight Nature Homie. We're going to give away some coconut oil, some Romulan coconut oil. Well, let's go smoke a cannabis bowl while we're waiting. Well, this was almost 15 PSI, but we really wanted to start rocking. We want it to be rocking. And again, congratulations, Becca May. Becca May tonight, she won the first giveaway. She won the Mandarin cookies. Mandarin cookies by Ethos. I believe that's who this is, Ethos. I think Steve Oak told me. Congrats, Becca May, and this cool keychain. Don't panic, it's organic. Second giveaway, we're giving away some of this Romulan medical cannabis. 385 milligrams of THC in this whole motherfucker. It's strong. That's for the second giveaway here. That's Straight Nature, homie. If we get to 20 people, I'll give away more stuff. We got 13 people in here. I thank you all for joining me tonight. Don't forget to go follow the Rumination Project group. We have a group now. If anybody didn't know, this is the Rumination Project is a podcast where we talk about complex things of everyday life. So this is the Great River Mushrooms tonight, but we do have a lot of podcasts on the Rumination Project as well. So the pressure cooker is starting to heat up again. So you can go in there and show you how. But just started rocking. So we're at 18, 17 PSI. We're gonna go down to half. At the gas now. Back it off a little bit. I noticed if you go to half for 5 minutes, if you go straight to quarter, it seems to drop below 15 PSI. So you kind of want to sit it at half for a second, just allow it to heat up and stay at a stable heating ability to keep it at 15 PSI. This one's still doing slow, but it's almost there. But this large one always takes longer to heat up. So that's why it's on the power burner, which heats things up way faster on your stove. And I thought the other one started rocking. So that's the great thing about pressure cookers. They make that loud ass hissing noise when they start pressurizing so that you know. But man, when you started a mushroom business, you had to learn how to grow mushrooms, then you had to learn how to use pressure cookers, then you had to learn how, it was like an endless education of learning all these things just to grow mushrooms. And it's been a crazy journey. Get some fresh blueberry muffin out here. So I try to share all the knowledge I can because there are Like it amazes me that you buy these pressure cookers and they come with like the shittiest directions. They're like 10 tips that they don't tell you in there that would be highly useful when messing around with pressure cookers. But you have to learn yourself or share the knowledge with other people, as I try to do. You know, even if you know how pressure cookers work, there may be somebody out there who may find the tip helpful. Because when I started using pressure cookers, I didn't have anybody to talk to about how to use the devices effectively. In fact, the first time I used it, I could not even pressurize it. I was like, what in the hell is going on? And I finally figured it out. And now we're 2 years later. Joe Kelly, what's going on? We got Sir Steve-O still in here. Joe, what's going on? Hopefully you're having a beautiful night. Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? It is Tuesday, you know. This is what happens when you don't have to get up and work all week because it's been so fucking cold. I forget what day it is. And that's why I have a light sesh tonight in the lab, because my brain wakes up at like 11 o'clock. It likes to wake up at 11. It's like, hey, let's go do stuff around the house. And I don't have anything to get up for in the morning yet. So we do this live in the lab, and I don't care if it goes late. Still got 15 people. We're almost up to that 20 point. Get that 20 point. I'll give some other stuff away. I love you guys. Love you guys. No, we better, while I'm here, need to charge my laptop. I was going to show you the beautiful Christmas tree. There she is right there. Oh, the light's in the way, but I put it on 2 days ago, and I have not turned it off. Like I love the vibe of my tree so much that I have not turned the lights off. Does anybody else do that? Like, or is it just me? I know there's other people out there that love the vibe of their Christmas tree so much that they just leave it on all the time. And I'm really into the Christmas spirit this year. I love it. I'm usually a humbug, but this year I'm way more into it. I think that has something to do with my healing. I think that really the healing journey I've been on for 2 years is really coming. Well, you never stop healing. You never stop, dealing with your mental health. But it's coming to a conclusion to where I can navigate life a lot easier and happier. Going with the flow of life finally, which I've never had in my life. I'm 40 years old and I've never really been in that state of mind for a long period of time. With 2024, we're almost there, guys. We're almost December. Then we're going to be into a new year, 2024. Got some big goals for 2024. Back, had to let the Heidi out. All right. Hell yeah. Yeah, I might not leave the tree. I probably leave the tree up till the end of winter now. I don't know why I've hated winter in the past, or hated Christmas so much. I really think it was because I was just depressed, and I really didn't like the holidays. And I'm not in that depression state anymore. So last year I noticed that I enjoyed Christmas a little more, but this year I just noticed a whole different level. But it's really good to pay attention to that, like why the reasons you like something change, and then effectively understand why it happens. Because we all change as we grow older. How you doing, Mikey? Doing well. Got a slow week this week because I'm not working my main job because of the damn cold weather. But cheers. It's blueberry muffin over here. What are you guys smoking on? So we're going to go check the pressure cookers one more time. You come with me. I can hear them hissing. And we just want to make sure that they're both now pressured at 15. I'm going to knock this down to half. And now this one is at about 16. So now I actually have marks on my stove that I've made. This one actually has a black mark on the side. These tick marks are actually my marks for my pressure cookers now that I've ran these so many times. I have marks where to put them at. It's useful to do. Put a couple black marks on your stove to know where to put it at. Purple heart flower. Cheers. Charlotte Rose. Hennamon Kush. Heck yeah. Purple heart flower. That sounds interesting. Cheers. So these are almost at I can put my timer on now for 2 hours. So I'm going to set a timer for 2 hours. That's how long these bastards are going to be in here. They recommend 2.5. But by the time you run for 2 hours and these things heat up and cool down, you're at 2.5 hours anyway. So we're almost at a place where we can leave these and feel safe to leave them alone for 2 hours. Really, you want to be very safe when you use these. And if you do leave them on, you're not monitoring for 2 hours what I'm about to do. Make sure you know what you're doing. So this ain't my first rodeo. I would even feel comfortable leaving the house with those running for 2 hours. Now that they're pressurized, they're pretty safe to run. It's getting them up to pressure that can be the difficult part. So sometimes you get a leak, and the best way to fix a leak, if you start getting leaks around the pressure valve or the collar, excuse me, is to actually put Vaseline all around it. Put Vaseline around the silicone seal, and it helps a lot. Sounds delicious. You know, it is if my throat was a little more cooperative. So we're just going to do a little bit of honey. Let me go get some honey real quick. So this is some really, really strong honey. I do sell this, but it's a limited stock. Every time I make some, I sell out. This is the infused honey. This is a blueberry muffin. I will probably have 3 or 4 more jars available tomorrow of it, but it's going to sell fast. My blueberry muffin is very limited with what I have to use to make it. But I do have Ophelia honey all day. That stuff is delicious. And this is some of it right here. This stuff is really potent. I ate some of it this morning, and I got really fucking high. I was sitting here talking to Rasta and Sivo this morning. So we're going to take a big old chunk of that. Like I said, I'm not feeling the best today to actually smoke cannabis. It's all a little harsh to me because my throat's irritated from all this cold weather. It's strong. It don't take much. I believe this is 18 milligrams of THC per teaspoon. So I probably just took about a half a teaspoon there. So it doesn't take much. Like I said, 18 milligrams. It seems to be a really potent high first, but then it kind of mellows out. So it kind of kicks you first, and then it kind of mellows into a mild stage of high. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. Love that honey. Feel like the grunk panda, huh? Straight homie. We should give this away. Some straight Romulan. And let's go do some lab work. Get. Anybody else want to get on this? Let's give it away. Let's give away some coconut oil. This is straight nature, homie. We're going to give away some Romulan coconut oil, 385 milligrams up in this half cup. This is activated as well, so you can use it on your skin. or you can use it in your food. So it has 385 milligrams of THC, 16 milligrams of THC per teaspoon. So it's pretty potent stuff. I promise you it is potent. I don't mess around when I make my infusion because I really believe that when the infusion level, people who eat edibles really need them a lot for their medical ailments. And I believe that something happens when you actually put a lot, and you kind of concentrate cannabis into edibles. Because I've seen it happen in Alzheimer's patients where you give them a very large amount of a concentrated edible or something that has concentration in it, and it has way more effect than the milder, say, dispensary products. Dispensary products are not that potent. And I think a lot of people know that. They either degrade on the way there. But homemade stuff is just at way more potent level than dispensary level edibles. And I've had plenty of people who legitimately go to the dispensary who have a lot of money to spend, who cannot find a product that effectively treats their ailments. So homemade edible is the way to go, and I always believe it's because of the concentration level that we put in it compared to dispensary products. That there's a point of concentration where the drug just becomes way more effective. I shouldn't say drug, where the medicine becomes way more effective at a certain concentration. So you can't really do that when you smoke it. So you smoke cannabis, you can't really have a concentrated point. But when you put in an edible, the concentration point really depends on how strong you make the infusion. And in my case, it's 16 milligrams per teaspoon. So it's usually a little more potent than your normal people who make edibles. I don't know what most people don't know how much cannabis they actually have in it, but this is that pure actually THC too. Like there's actually 385 milligrams in there. There's not any degradation or anything degrading, because I've eaten it before, and you don't fuck around with that stuff. I have a story in 2017 when I made edibles once, and this may be the reason I don't eat edibles much. But we made a dozen cookies, 3 of my friends. I ate 3 cookies. I think my friends ate 1, and we sat there for 45 minutes and absolutely nothing happened. Maybe it was an hour, but we sat there for a pretty long period of time, and we're like, man, these edibles didn't do shit to us. Like, what the hell, man? So my friends go home, and all of a sudden they text me, and I'm texting them, and I'm like, dude, the room is straight spinning. I'm like, this is easily the highest I've ever been in my life. And these edibles literally took an hour and a half to kick in, but when they did, they kicked all 3 of our asses to the point where the room was spinning. I went and laid down and fell asleep because I was so high. I didn't even know you could get that high eating edibles. The 3 cookies, man. And this was basically about the same infusion rate of what I make. So if you make this into 12 cookies and you eat 3 of the cookies, I will tell you will be in another world. So yeah, good luck everybody. Yeah, it's a new meaning to that. I thought it was funny that we all literally I sent a message to him and he sent a message to me about the same time. Man, what in the fuck just happened? I'm fucked up all of a sudden. Oh man. I don't think I've messed with edibles that much since then. I make edibles all day for people. I love making special event edibles and in that case, but I just don't like eating them much. It's mostly because I stay pretty active during the day, and I always, when I eat edibles, they have a very sedating effect on me, and I don't have time to fall asleep until late at night. So we got those pressure cookers going at a perfect pressure. That honey, I'm telling you, people, this honey is the bomb. And then it's hitting me right now. It has a very mild sedating effect. I just felt my anxiety drop down a lot because I can feel the honey now hitting. So that's about the only edible that I really do is in honey and fico kind of. But I'm not gonna be making edibles and stuff with it. But I make it the same ratio with the Ophelia strain. And oh my God, the Ophelia is good too. So I want you to imagine when I mix the Ophelia strain with honey, it really tastes like a wildflower. Like imagine like a field of wildflowers, like the taste of that in your honey. Then the Ophelia really adds that flavor to it. It's really, really weird. And it's the Ophelia really heavily has the terpenoline in it. Terpenoline, it's a hard word to say, but that's the terpene, 46% that is in it that I sell a lot of my honey. So it adds a very interesting flavor, and I've had a few people tell me it was some of the best infused honey they've had. So I appreciate the very kind words you guys gave me. So well, I appreciate it. Sandra, you just bought, I think you just got 2 of the blueberry muffins. I made 5 of them, and I think you ordered 2. So you're going to get some of the same stuff I'm eating here that just kind of calmed my nerves down there. It's really good stuff. I think Steve-O got some of it too, but he got the Ophelia strain. I use a honey. So there's a local honey that I don't really want to use in my town because he already makes infused cannabis. Andy Cantrell, you might know. I can't remember the speed place, but he already infused that honey, and I didn't want to use his honey. So what I do is I buy it's the Sam's Club. It's called Midwest. It's honey. They basically take all the strains across Illinois. It says on the bottle Missouri, Iowa, Indiana. So any bees that are grown in that region, they put into these bottles, and they kind of mix a lot of different strains. Not strains, but different kinds of bee honey. So if people don't know, bees, tend to grow different flavors of honey based on the wildflowers available in the area. So the lab camera went down. It's still there. It scared me. I thought there was a ghost in my camera. If anybody saw that pop out, I don't know why it does that sometimes. But I've lived in my house for 15 years. My house may have built in 1903. I tell you, there's no ghost that lives in this house. I haven't even heard a peep of weirdness in this house. So that's good to know. I've been in houses that may be as old as mine that may be haunted. So if all of a sudden a ghost appeared in my camera, I would be kind of shocked because I feel like I know my house pretty well. But I actually used to have cameras all around my house too. So I had I had 8 cameras, and 4 of them were on the outside, and then 6, 7 on the inside, 1 on the outside, 1 on the inside to watch my dog because I had issues with my dog where he was literally peeing in the house, and I thought he was either doing it while he was sleepwalking. So I used to have a Doberman, and Doberman actually they'll sleepwalk and pee in their sleep. It's and I wanted to catch it on camera, but I never could. But I honestly think he was doing it out of spite. I think he was peeing on the floor because he was mad at me. But I never caught any ghosts on those cameras. The guy died in the house next door, man. The only thing I got next to me is dope heads, and I hope they don't die in the house. But man, I'm surprised they're still alive. It's kind of sad in my neighborhood. I live in a good neighborhood for the fact I have a nursing home across the street. That kind of they have 24-hour security. So like the area around the nursing home is a really decent neighborhood. There's no crime. Like people aren't going to try things around a nursing home that literally has 30 cameras on it and 24-hour security. So that's right across the street from my house. So, but if you go outside there, like even 2 blocks, the crime goes up a lot. Just because of the fact there's nobody's going to see a crime that. But a nursing home, there's always somebody around. So, in fact, I'm looking out the window right now, and they're just letting all the employees out at 11. There'll be 20 people walking out. Oh man. Sad. Hold the door for his wife. It just reminds me. This made me think of Jimmy Carter today. Anybody who saw Jimmy Carter's wife died, and he actually made it to the funeral, but he's like literally on hospice care. And they always say that, you know, at that age, that he probably is going to pass away right after his wife goes. Like, he's literally on the brink of death right now. And I honestly think that he's probably going to die before the end of the year. But that just reminded me of that, because I remember seeing the image of him sitting there looking at his wife in the casket. Jimmy Carter's wife. The former first lady. I can't remember her name right now. But let's give away this straight nature homie. I don't think anybody else got in on this. So let's give it away. Good luck, everybody. Oh, we got one more. We got one more late one. Anybody else? Ashley Miller, what's going on? How you doing tonight? Let's hit it. Good luck, everybody. Rosen Carter. Yeah, you're right. Eric uploaded. Congratulations. I don't think I've ever seen that name. Congrats, brother. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's hit that again. Nope, not that one. That one. And Eric, to shoot me a message if you're still here. If not, I'll find you on there and I'll message you tomorrow. We'll get that coconut oil to you. And we had number one, Becca May over there winning our number one prize tonight, the seeds. She wasn't even in here. I think she is right now because I just saw her. I think I just saw her comment. Maybe not. But congrats to both winners tonight, Becca May and Eric uploaded. Boom. Cheers to that. Cheers, folks. Man, we're so close to getting to that 20. Like I said, I'll have another giveaway if we can get to 20. 15 people in here now. Excuse me. Throat's a little harsh tonight. That's why I'm eating the honey and smoking the cannabis. I'm trying to sleep well tonight, so I hopefully shake whatever I have inside brewing. I honestly think it's the cold weather, and I may have a little bit of a virus in my stomach. But for those of you who don't know, CBG is antiviral, and I'm going to take a shitload of it tonight before I go to bed. CBG, folks. CBG can kill viruses, and I've actually read a lot of research on how that actually does it. It doesn't really kill viruses. It helps the body. It basically gives it instructions on how to do it a lot more effectively. If I remember reading the research, but hell, people seem to forget that CBG is an antiviral. But congrats to Eric uploaded. Congrats tonight. Thank you all for tagging everybody in here. We got somebody tagging Wayne. I haven't even seen that dude in a while, but we got that lonely camera down there in the lab. We're about to go do some work. But I'm going to bring the prize with it. I'm going to give away if we get another person in here. Yeah, we could do that. The music keeps going long. There we go. Also, don't forget to hit that like, reaction, share button. Think that you're tagging people in there. I very much appreciate it. And again, I am Dan Baird with Great River Mushrooms and Herbal here in Quincy, Illinois. I grow gourmet mushrooms such as blue oyster, elm oysters, shiitakes, yellow oyster, lion's mane. I also sell encapsulate lion's manes and CBD, CBG. Let me just hit that commercial real quick for you so you just know anyway. I can find it here. So yeah, those are the products I sell. I'm also adding 2 more products by the end of the year. Well, 1 product for sure, and we're also adding some candles. I'm also getting into elderberry syrup. I will be selling elderberry syrup as well as a product to add to my herbal supplements. I really the products that I really like to sell are products that are really good either for your immune system or really good for your mental health. And I really feel like elderberry syrup is one of those things that people should take more. And I also noticed there's nobody else selling it at the farmers market, so I'm going to start making it as well, and hopefully have it marketed at my website here by the end of the year. So look to that as well. We'll see you later, Mikey. Stephanie, what's going on? We're just doing a little mushroom farming here. We had a giveaway. We reached 20 more people. We're going to give some more away, but we went back down to 9. It's probably getting late. People going to bed, but I much appreciate any kind of love, even if it's 1 person, 9 people, or 100. Thank you guys for joining me. We're going to eat a little bit more of this honey. Once the honey went somewhere, there it is. Then go down into the lab, the mushroom lab, which is in this scene right here. You can see. So I haven't been in there in a while. You can see this is what happens to some of the bags. A little browning. What happens if you don't get into your lab, as much as you need. Bags do metabolize, so they actually form these metabolites that actually turn the mycelium brown and yellow, and so I'll show you that when we get down there. Heck yeah, I appreciate it, Sandra. Appreciate all the support you give me. And also the other product we'll be adding is CBD, CBG dog treat. And I'm really a perfectionist when I'm developing the products. And I'm really struggling to find a recipe that works for a long-term storage of a dog product. Because I don't want somebody to buy a dog product and then not use it for a couple months. I want it to be able to last for those couple months. So. But we'll nail it down. I've never had anything stop me from making a product. So even though as intimidating it was the first time I've done it, so we'll nail it down. We'll have one hell of a CBD, CBG dog product that will really be good for dog anxiety and overall health of your animal. And we'll have it in a milligram size that will be able to be used for small animals as well, like 1 milligram sizes. So you'll be able to use it for rabbits, cats, kind of smaller animals. Large dogs usually require more like 5 milligrams of CBD or CBG per dose, and then you go from there. So we'll probably have one, targeted towards smaller animals and a dose targeted towards larger animals. But man, this honey is so good. I'm just gonna eat it all. What's going on, Shane? How you doing? Much love. We're just eating a little medicated honey, and then gonna go into the mushroom lab here. We've been on for 2 hours tonight. We kind of went through a lot of different stuff. I showed some people how I make my fecal oil. Showed some how I use my pressure cookers, how I make some mushroom bags. So hell yeah, thanks for joining me guys tonight. Thank you. Medicated honey is dope. It's good this time of year too when your throat's dry as fuck. When I know there's a lot of people facing this cold weather that came down on us. And every time that cold weather comes down, it gets so fucking, all the humidity gets sucked out of the air, and then your throat's just dry as hell. So honey's great for that, man. Well, it's all good, man. I appreciate the love. Appreciate you coming in here even just for a second. Man, that sucks. I don't know where everybody lives. I know the people in Florida are probably laughing at everybody's north and be like, "How you guys got 15-degree weather?" We had it got down to 15 degrees here last night. We're supposed to warm up again into near 50 by the end of the week. So, yeah, man, what happens is that cold weather moves in, and then your throat gets irritated, and it becomes your immune system gets a little bit weaker, and then all of a sudden you're full blown sick. So a lot of people don't know that your mucus inside your throat. Oh, like I'm not even on the screen anymore. Sorry. Not even on the screen, but the mucus in your throat actually keeps you from getting sick. So it actually captures germs, and then you actually swallow those germs in your stomach, and then your stomach kills them. But if you don't have that proper mucus in your throat because it's all dry as hell, you're going to inhale germs and get sick. But I'm glad we only had 2 days of this cold. I'm not ready for 15-degree weather. Ain't nobody want that. In Virginia at 18. Cold. It's not going to be as cold tonight. But it got so cold that we were going to do some. My full-time job is I work for a roofing company. I'm a driver. I used to own my own construction company. Kind of got burned out. Got into working for this company. And we were going to try to roof this week, but it was too cold, and then it's supposed to rain on 2 days this week, so we just said fuck it and just took the rest of the week off and tried again next week. My boss does not like to fight the elements, so if there's a chance of rain and it's too cold, just cancel the whole week. So that's why I'm stuck here late at night, because I'm doing this show, because I don't have to wake up to work tomorrow. I'm just doing my mushroom farming, and I'm just promoting my business. Like I said, go over and check out greatrivermushrooms.com. I sell a lot more than mushrooms. I sell a lot of infused products. A lot of the products I make fresh too, so you're going to get fresh infused products, especially the honey. Literally, the honey is usually like a week old, because I usually make it and then it sells out. I can't ever make enough. Appreciate it. And also check out the Rumination Project, which we talk about that in Great River Mushrooms. But the Rumination Project is we have 6 of you coming, 2 of you coming from the Rumination Project, 6 of you from my personal page. But go over there and follow the Rumination Project group. It's a group We talk a lot about science, mental health, and I plan on growing it more, having more giveaways specifically in the group, and just growing that group a lot more, because I like to share a lot more complex things, not just mental health, not just mushrooms. I talk a lot about space, and I have a lot of other guests as well that I want to have on and talk about other different things. I have a friend he is heavily into science as I am, and he wants to do an episode that geek out on some subject. So just do episodes like stuff like that, like quantum mechanics or something. Only complaint is the vehicle. I'm doing well, man. Got a little time off, feeling a little under the weather, but it's that cold air moving in. But like I said, I'm gonna knock myself out tonight after this live. I'm gonna smoke a bunch of cannabis, eat some honey, and take like 60 milligrams of CBD, CBG. I have not yet, but I hope to by the end of the year. I'm still kind of trying to develop the proper recipe. I'm trying to make a product that lasts for long-term storage, because a lot of the products that are on the market don't last longer than a month, but really I want it to last for 6 months. Because I hate when somebody buys a product and you only have a certain shelf life. You only have so much to use it. So, like my soup, you have a whole year to use it. Now, on the other hand, I grow mushrooms that I literally have 3 days to sell them, and after that, I can't. So, there are some things that have a long shelf life and some things that don't. But I'm really trying to make one that has about a 6-month shelf life, and then I'll have a marketable one. So, I've already made it once. It turned out a disaster, and I actually threw them all away. You got to try it. You know, that's how you develop things. You try it, and then you learn, and you move on and try something else. I tried a certain recipe, and it didn't turn out like I thought it would. So it made me change a little bit of route of how I want to make it now. Hell yeah! Sounds like a nice way to end the night, right? Yeah. For the CBD, it can give you a hangover in the morning. So if you do take a lot of CBD, just make sure you don't have to wake up or anything, because it's a lot better if you don't have to. But it will knock you the F out. I will sleep for 8 hours a night, and I will wake up pretty rested, and hopefully my body and my immune system will be up to par to fight off whatever the hell I have. I do not get sick often, so when I do, I complain a lot about it. So right now it's just a little bit of runny nose. You can hear it. Not really runny. It's just a little stuffy. But nothing really bad yet. But when I do get sick, I get pretty bad. I had strep about a year ago, and I was pretty sick for about a week. It did knock my shit out pretty good. And 10 years ago, I had pneumonia, so I should have been hospitalized. Happy to hear that. Hell yeah, Shane. Yeah, man. And people don't really. I tell them, man, it's the two cannabinoids, CBD and CBG, and especially when you put them together, and then you kind of you take a little bit more CBD, because CBD has an effect on your sleep a lot more than the CBG. So if you kind of up your CBD right before you go to bed, it has a profound effect on your sleep patterns. And it helps you go into REM sleep a lot more effectively. And it helps you, if you do wake up, you fall back asleep a lot easier. So, man, CBD all day to treat insomnia, man. And I wish that doctors would just finally just put it out there. Like, man, why are we not pushing CBD? Why are we why are we giving people melatonin and all these other drugs to fall asleep? Because melatonin is not. Our bodies already make it, so long-term use of a melatonin supplement is not healthy for our bodies. But yet people use it for years, and then effectively they fuck up their sleep system so bad that they never really have effective sleep their whole life. So I don't promote melatonin unless it's for short-term use. But man, CBD all day, and you can use CBD the rest of your life and get so much more effective sleep. Sure, man. Unfortunately, Western medicine does not do a lot of research on CBD, but we all know how well it works for sleep. I mean, try it. When you feel like shit, take even more of it, because there's not like really a threshold where it's gonna. The threshold of CBD is when it gives you a headache. So that's when you know you've taken too much, is when that gives you a headache. So different people have different milligrams. Like I know somebody who's at like probably 8 or 10 milligrams will give her a headache. CBD, which is like half a dose to me. So that's the way to really tell if you're taking too much, is if it gives you a headache, and then just lower your dosage. Hell yeah. I've never used CBD in lotions. It's kind of interesting to what it would do for pain, but I know the THC lotions that I make are really good for pain, but I don't have much. I'm pretty ignorant when it comes to the CBD in lotion. Concentrated CBD, concentrated even more into an oil. Hell yeah. See, I know that our endocannabinoid system, all the receptors we have all over our body absorb THC for pain, and that the THC kind of blocks the pain receptor, and that's why it effectively treats pain. But I don't know much about how CBD has an effect on on those receptors. I only know what CBD does to when you ingest it. So. But definitely makes me want to look more into it more, Shane. I'm all about learning if it works effectively to treat pain, and then I would definitely add it to a THC product, because THC, CBD, together they work in the entourage effect, and then they actually have added benefits when you use them together. Oh, Country Mama's lotion. I heard about that, and I actually got some of that. I don't know where it is, but I got some of that in a Grow Fan package once. I actually know where it is. It's in my medicine cabinet. But yeah, I have some of that stuff. I'll have to try it out, man. Country Mama's lotion. Lit as fuck for pain. Hell yeah. See, I love finding some good shit like that. People's other products that work, man, because I'm all about promoting other companies who make similar products that I do, because all I want to find is stuff that works, man. I want to find people who make garbage. I want to find stuff, that actually treats stuff. It seems right now, unfortunately, the people making garbage are the people's, products that are being sold at the dispensaries. And you would think that they're the ones should be making the best products. Hell yeah. Anybody see that right there? Try some of that Country Mama's lotion. I'm not really familiar with who owns that, but I do. Like I said, I got a sample of it. I have not tried it, but now you make me want to try it. That's awesome. Awesome story. Thanks for sharing, Shane. No, we got to get down to that mushroom lab, don't I? Because I got to stay up anyway to watch those pressure cookers cook, and I ain't going to sit here for 2 hours and watch them. So let's get down there, smoke this cannabis, take a little more honey, and then I think I got the energy to finish this night. But let's go. Get your bowl loaded. Get it. Cheers, folks. Cheers. A blueberry muffin for me. Let's throw a little keep on top of that. I know I got some keep in there. Throw a little bit of keep on there. Hell yeah. Cheers, folks. Cheers, Rasta. Cheers, Sandra. Cheers, Shane. By the way, I love this music. It's all copyright-free music. I downloaded it for free from a website too. I think people think I make it myself, but no, I'm not that talented. I do a lot of mushroom farming, but I can't make my own beats. But hell, there are a lot of cool websites out there where you can download copyright-free music from people who are trying to get their stuff out there. And I really should look up these artists' names because these beats are awesome, man. I need to give them some credit. I can't remember the name of the site. I need to give the credit to the site too. Let me look that site up. Called Pixabay.com. So Pixabay.com, go check them out. 90,000 free sound effects for download. It's really fucking simple to download stuff. You literally search it, press download, and then it downloads. And then I load them into my StreamYard and then play them like that. So. But it'll show you actually who loaded it on there. Like I said, they're up and coming artists that are trying to get their name out there. But they have all the sound effects from fart noises to the people saying hello, happy birthday. They have so much different stuff on there. Make their own voices. Yeah, they do. They have an electrical system, so they probably do effectively make their own beats. Like I've seen in those videos online where somebody made sounds out of mushrooms. I'm not really sure how he did it or how he knew whatever. I don't know. I have so many questions. But the interesting experiment that I wanted to do is actually if you put these mushroom blocks that I make that I showed tonight, if you actually put a DC power, so you don't even need AC power, you can use a DC and put like 2 probes into the side of the block. The blocks will actually grow 25 to 30% more mushrooms due to the electrical current going into it. So electricity equals bigger, larger, and more mushrooms. So there are actually mushroom companies, it's very rare, that actually use this technique to actually grow more mushrooms out of their products. I've only wanted to do it for experimental reasons because it's kind of dangerous to mix humidity and electricity. Because the environment I have, it's 85% humidity, mixing. Even though DC is safer than AC, it's not something that I really want to do. But it's something I'd love to experiment with at a small, safe level and see what happens. I love to see that stuff, watch the mushrooms grow as they actually get electrocuted, if in essence. But it just shows you how little we understand about our world, that literally electricity can make mushrooms grow more mushrooms. But that's the mycelium network. Is an intriguing, captivating thing that exists under our feet that literally is the reason we are alive. People tend to forget about the fungi kingdom. So I'm here to remind you guys of the fungi kingdom. And that's why we have these episodes where, I teach people how that you can effectively and easily grow your own mushrooms at home. And then buy the products from me to grow them at home. So that's the goal. So that's why I offer these classes and I teach people, because in essence, I teach you how to grow mushrooms, and then you do buy some of the products from me to grow them at home. So, and knowledge is everything, man. Let's all grow mushrooms together and learn together. Cheers. There is a little There's a little hair in there. I don't like hairs in my bowl, so I had to get it out. It say like copper. Make noises in. See, so what marijuana is a plant, and mushrooms are their own kingdom. So you always remember that. Mushrooms actually are like humans. They actually breathe oxygen and they exhale CO2 just like we do. So we hold actually about 38% of the same DNA as mushrooms. Humans do. For the fact that we breathe the same way that they do, and we a lot of the same way that mushrooms survive is the same way that humans do. So marijuana is the opposite. Actually, marijuana uses CO2 and exhales oxygen. So like any other, like a lot of the plants on our planet do. So without the mushrooms, we would not have that CO2 that is needed by all of these other plants. Now, a lot of the trees do get their CO2 from carbon in the ground, and they're actually finding out that a lot of carbon is being stored underground by trees. More like 40% of the carbon that exists may be stored underground. So it's really interesting how all this world works underneath the ground and how it drives everything above the ground. We would not be able to exist without everything that goes on underneath the dirt. That's for sure. Yeah, wicks their hairs and my bowls all. Oh yeah, I don't have a dog, so I think that was it was in the bottom of my grinders. I don't know what it was. It actually didn't look like a hair. It looked like the part of when you buy a new clothing, the little piece of plastic tag that falls off sometimes. That's what it looked like. It was really tiny. They like copper, huh? What's these mycelium actually communicates with each other using electrical current. So it actually uses science is discovering electrical impulses that will shoot like an impulse out to communicate with whatever it's communicating with. If mycelium and mushrooms are an intelligent species, it communicates in a way that we kind of don't understand, because what we consider intelligent is different than what nature may consider intelligent. So from what I've seen, what I've grown in my garden, from my observation, I think it's an intelligent species. It's just we just don't understand how it works and how it talks to each other. It's a single cell organism that grows cell by cell, but each cell is individual, but yet as together it's a whole community of mycelium. So it can't exist without the other, but it also can't exist as a group without each individual cell. So it's really interesting the way mycelium behaves and all that. Oh, we don't have no hashtag now. Do I still have something? Do I still have a hashtag up? No, I'm just making sure. No, we don't have a giveaway. If we were going to get 20, we were going to give something else. But we got 9 people in here. That's all right. We still got 9 lovely folks. We'll save these giveaways for some private Psychonaut files on Thursday. But I appreciate the hashtag, the Great River Mushrooms. Is my hair getting long? Yeah, it probably is. No, I have to shave it once a week. Otherwise, I start getting that receding hairline look right here, you know? You can really start to see my baldness. Oh, man, this cold's really starting to make my body sore, too. How many people were sore as fuck today? Or yesterday? Like, it's okay to be cold, but like the first week it happens, your body's like, what in the F, you know? It has to adjust, sprinks. Plus, it was a full moon yesterday and it was cold, so maybe the full moon mixed with the cold. Well, I appreciate it. I still haven't even gone to the lab, but I really don't have much to do in there. Maybe an hour of work, but I'm gonna smoke this bowl and eat this honey. I'm feeling a little bit better now. The whatever crappiness I got starting to will fade away as the honey hits. I didn't get to appreciate the full moon. I was going to, and then I started feeling like crap about 6 o'clock yesterday. And it was right. It was like I said. It was. As I told you, Ross. It was right after I was cleaning my garden with bleach, and I've never had bleach have an effect on me where it makes me sick. But it did last night. But whether or not it was the bleach, can't prove that, but it definitely felt like shit after doing that. But I usually do. I bleach water in my basement all the time, and I don't ever have an issue with the odor. I run fans and stuff. So. Mycelium. What is mycelium? Did you mean mycelium? If you meant mycelium, yeah, I knew that. They actually have mycelium species that will attack hornets, as well as ones that will stick to locust's ass. It's really weird. So apparently this fungus sticks to some kind of locust or some kind of species. And also there's another fungi that will actually attach to a bee's leg. And then they actually have guard bees that look out for this mycelium at the nest. And what if this mycelium is detected by the guard bees? The guard bees will actually kill they'll kill the bee that's carrying whatever mycelium that can endanger the whole group, and then they'll kill themselves as well. The guards will kill themselves because they have been contaminated by the substance as well. But if this stuff gets into the nest, I've seen it. It'll actually completely take over the nest, and the nest, the bees will die, and then the mycelium will eat it. But it's crazy. It actually gets in through one bee, and then eventually contaminates the whole nest, and then eats the bees. So mycena. I've never heard that word mycena before. Let's see what the word mycena is. Mycena is a large genus of small saprotropic mushrooms that are rarely more than a few centimeters in width. Oh, these are really tiny mushrooms. They are characterized by a white spore print, a small conical or bell-shaped cap, and a thin, fragile stem. Most are gray or brown, but a few species have brighter colors. Most are translucent and a straight cap, but rarely have an incurved margin. The name mycena comes from the ancient Greek word meaning fungus, and they're commonly known as bonnets. Gotcha. So they're kind of a genus of a mushroom. I wouldn't have known that because there's like millions of genuses, and I can't keep up on all of them. So, but thanks for saying that word. Made me a little more educated tonight. Made me look it up. Published. Interesting. Yeah, I only know a lot about gourmet mushrooms. But like people ask me about mushrooms, and I have to remind them. I'm like, there's literally, 1.4 million species that we think of mushrooms, and we have only discovered half of them. So there's no way I know all of them. There's no way anybody on Earth would know all of them. But I know that the people with the most knowledge of mushrooms are professors at universities. They're still, those are the people who really are full of knowledge of the mushrooms. In my opinion, the universities still have there's people like that. Crazy amount. Yeah, you can literally discover your own every year. There's still a species being discovered every year. All you got to do is get out there in nature, identify them, bring them. You can always pick them. Make sure you handle them with gloves because some of them may be poisonous until you identify them. And then identify them, and you may find new species. There's groups every year that do that. They'll go out in the woods, groups of 30 or 40 people, walk through the woods, find every mushroom, pull it out, and they'll catalog it and make sure that they're not a new species. But yeah, man, you find new species, you can try and name it yourself. I don't really know how that works. I'm sure when they find a new species, they kind of find what genus it falls under, and they kind of name it based on the genus. But they've actually found out that a mushroom can actually evolve in 5 years too. So a mushroom can actually evolve into a whole new species of mushroom in just 5 short years. That's how fast it has the ability to change in this environment. So let's say it's growing in an environment, and all of a sudden the climate changes, and it stays that way maybe for a decade. The mushroom will evolve into its species, however it grows, to evolve to that environment, and it can happen in 5 years. It's fascinating. There's no way humans can evolve that fast. So that's why they can't keep up with species. Like every year, you're like a mushroom that was out in nature kind of evolved into another mushroom species as it just keeps continuing through time. Cheers, folks. I had a little keef on it too. I totally forgot when I hit that. I was like about to die. I realized there was keef on it. I'm about to go down into the lab and do a little work. Show you how we do it. We are chars. Make sure the pressure cookers are turned down. Wash your hands before you go into the lab. All right, let's go down there. Stoned and happy. And this is actually going to be the new lab. I'm still working on it. There's still a lot of work to do in here, but this whole room will be the new lab next year. My goal is to probably have it done by midsummer or beginning of spring. But we have air conditioners we're gonna have in here, and we're gonna be able to do a lot more work in here compared to the lab I'm gonna the screen's in right now. So I'm excited to once we start moving in here and the ability to do a lot more work. So. So we need our gloves. And we got a couple cameras we'll throw up in here. Put this one in here. But let me go get a couple more things. Need some alcohol. So this is the lab. This is actually 2 tents. So this is actually a 5. Anybody who's never seen this is a 5x10 tent in this room here. And this is these are all the shelves that have all my genetics. And then this is the device that I work in front of to do all my sterile air work, which is where I'm going to work tonight. I'm going to do a little bit of work before I go to bed. So this room I only come in when I'm after a shower. I've actually showered a couple hours ago. Definitely want to be clean. I'm gonna put some gloves on and do a little cleaning in here. Because I have not been in this room for a while, so I'm going to do just a little bit of cleaning with a rag and some alcohol, just to clean the top surfaces And maybe we should get a third camera in here, man. It'd be awesome to have 3 cameras up in the lab. I'm gonna go grab it. I've never experimented with having 3 cameras, but this is pretty cool. Now you can really see everything, because this is the part that people can't see when I'm doing this live. With this angle. So this is the flow hood. And you can even go put it down lower, but it'd be hard to see. But you can see the flow hood there. Let me. Trying to set that up where it will. Here we go. Well, that's almost better. There it is. Now you can see it. That is the flow hood. And then you're looking at the camera, looking at the other camera, looking at the other camera. You know what I mean? What's going on, Creative? How you doing? Stoned and happy. You know, I'm stoned and happy too. I'm in my happy place here, which I haven't been in, like I said, a while. I was kind of happy that the down season, because man, I was exhausted after the summer. But next summer we're gonna learn how to do mushroom farming a lot more efficiently. You know, I learned from my first full year, and next year I'm gonna learn how to make things easier. So we're just doing a little wipe down. We got, like I said, this is my second lab here. This is actually main lab, and then we have this other tent here, as you can see, is made out of homemade plastic and some 2x4s. And I kind of got some shelving here, well, some workstation here I can do work on, and then I have as well as some more tools. And all this is basically all the equipment I need to grow that I need inside the lab, including gloves, scales, syringes, and anything that's really required in the lab. So really, this should be set up, and we should be storing these more. And we're going to get more into liquid mycelium, as it's called. So this is a magnetic stir, and I'll show you how this thing works. So what we have, here is this is the chestnut mushroom. So you can see, it would be great if I had a light in here, but I don't. So this thing actually has a magnet in it. It's actually floating in the bottom. You can't see it, but you see all this cloudy in here is actually mycelium. This is liquid mycelium, and this device is actually going to stir it. So if I get to the other camera, you can really see it. My camera spazzing out there. See some kind of something going on there, being weird. But you can see here, watch it stir it. The magnet will interact with this machine I have here. It's a magnetic stirring machine. So what you want to do is break down that mycelium, and because I haven't actually done this probably for a few months, but you're supposed to do it every week. But what happens is the mycelium will start to accumulate and get all chunky in there. So this machine will break it up for you. So basically, you don't have to sit here and shake it for 15 minutes. So this thing has a stirrer inside the device that interacts with the magnetic stir that I have in there and makes it do that. So it has speed now. I'm going to increase the speed. You can see it get faster in there. And eventually, you go too fast, it'll actually lose its thing. But yeah, they're pretty cool. They're actually really affordable. Like, people think these lab equipment's expensive, but this little device is just $30 on Amazon, and it's an awesome lab piece to have in your lab. You know. 20 years ago, this used to be probably $120, but the prices really come down due to Amazon. Although as much as we hate as Amazon, it has allowed the price of things to become more affordable that were once very expensive. So that's why I appreciate Amazon, because I know I've been in cannabis for about almost 10 years, and I know what the prices used to be before Amazon started selling them and afterwards, and Amazon really helped bring the prices to a more affordable, because these used to be, where would you find this in the 90s? Like, if you wanted this device, where would you even find it? And now you have Amazon, you're like, oh yeah, I can just order it on my phone now. Cool. Yeah, it's gonna stir that one. This is actually you can see the so it's all fuzzed up in there. The reason I do not mess around with liquid mycelium much is because I do not know if there's a contamination in there until I actually put it into a dish. But from my observation, it looks like it's clean. You do not know until I actually put it into something else. Does anybody see that black thing on the side of that laptop? I don't know. I think it's my phone. Yeah, this is my phone that's broken, so it's probably doing that. So we're going to stir another one. So we have a couple of these. So this is what happens if you do not stir it. This is a prime example. You see that big knot at the top? This is L moisture. So if you do not stir it, it's going to get a big old chunk in there, and then it's going to build up. And eventually that could get contaminated a lot easier if you do not stir it. So we're going to look through here real quick before I stir it. I'm looking for blue and green. Those are the two colors you do not want to see. If you see any blue or green, then more than likely it's contaminated. All I see is white. I see a little bit of some bubbles and some yellow. It's normal to see yellow because those are metabolites that the mushroom makes naturally. So you will see yellowing, but I think it's good. We're gonna give it a stir. You got to turn it off and then turn it back on to get it going. Wait a minute. There's no magnetic stir in this one. I don't know why there's not. But that's some good mycelium. It just needs to be shaken. But I'll have to transfer it into a new container. We got another one here. This is shiitake. So we're looking again for any kind of weird stuff floating around. We have one white speck in there that looks a little suspicious. Bacteria can be white. It's just one white speck there. But you do not know until you actually transfer it to something else. Bacteria is nasty, man. It's very rare to see contaminations of bacteria because bacteria is, it's not all around us all the time. It's as in trichodermia is. We're gonna give it a stir here. There's a big old chunk of mycelium in there. It needs broken up. It's actually turned into an agar. Just sharing a light through it hurt. No, shining light doesn't hurt mycelium. The rotary beakers are nowadays, right? Formed a cluster. So we're going to turn the speed up too, because there's actually the chunk in there. I don't think it's breaking up. So that broke it up. So the actual metal thing in there helps break it up too. You can see the magnetic thing. If you get it popping around just right, it'll hit the agar and break it up. Because what happens is this is an agar plate that I put in there, and the agar plate has liquid agar. And what happens is the agar will accumulate at the top. It's almost like a jelly-like substance. And that's what I had to break back up. Looks like it's mixing really well. And again, I do not mess with liquid mycelium that much because you do not know if this is contaminated until you actually use it. And that's the bad thing about it commercially, because you want to use products that you know are not contaminated. So that's why I don't mess with it much. But I would like to get into it more, and I eventually will. But dang, that's a cool device. Helps you clear all that shit up. But now we're gonna set the cameras up in here. I'm gonna do a little more cleaning and actually do some bagging. Do some actual liquid mycelium work. Put that camera there. We could probably put this camera here. Boom. See it from all angles now. So I don't even know what camera to look at. But we have all basically our species over here. As you can see in this camera. And I haven't been in here a while, so what happened to these bags sitting here a while? This is a contamination that is dead now. So you can see this little black mark. Yeah, these mushrooms do have the ability to kill contamination, so they take a little longer. But if you leave these bags in here for too long, that's usually what will happen. So this yellow stuff in here is actually metabolite that the mushroom mycelium produces in order to kill contamination. It's pretty normal to see that little sludge stuff. This bag is definitely questionable. I don't know if I'd use it. I have another bag below that I could use. But that's what happens when you leave the species sitting around for even a month. They'll go and stale like that because they don't have anything else to grow in, or they don't have any food to eat, so their immune system kind of weakens. I'm over here. I should go over here to talk so you can hear me. Because the volume's over here. But yeah, that's the shiitake block, and then you can see that yellow. And this one actually you can see started making mushrooms. So these little chunks are masses of mushrooms. It doesn't grow a mushroom. It basically grows a mass. So it kind of forms this mass of mushrooms. And then these are the lion's mane, and these are probably no good. I'm probably gonna have to order some more lion's mane. The lion's mane does not store very well long term. So you nearly have to turn it into a petri dish or turn it back because it tends to die. As you can see, the mycelium, what happens is the grain starts to metabolite, and then the mushroom just doesn't grow anymore. It turns into a sludge. Only the lion's mane does that. But we do have a good bag of lion's mane here, so I think we're still good. So we have one bag that went well. You can see that beautiful white lion's mane mycelium. So we're going to toss these two bad bags now that I know I have a good one. And these are they're not wasted. These are going to go into my compost pile, so they'll get used in the garden. Because they do have like nasty stuff in it as bacteria or mycelium that will be useful in the garden. This is not something that, you want to use in your commercial garden. So I'll put this down, and we're going to start cleaning this area up, and I'm going to show you how we start growing turn these bags into mushrooms. So this is our sealer. This is our machine right here. We're going to use that. This actually is pumping in fresh air from outside this room. On the other side of the room here, it actually has. I have a 12-inch. It's actually it's like 2 feet tall. It's a big 8-inch. Sorry, not 12-inch. It's a large 8-inch charcoal filter. It's actually a charcoal coconut filter. Oh man, there's something on my laptop. I think my mushroom bag leaked on the key, and I just don't want that to get in. That nastiness to get into the keyboard. But yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, this thing pumps in fresh air from the outside this room, and allows me to work in here. So this is blowing sterile air at me. See, it's blowing sterile air at me, so I can work in front of it and have an area where I know there's going to be clean air in order for me to do these transfers. Where no bacteria is going to get into it. I'm going to clean this area a little bit. We're going to spray it down with some alcohol. We're going to let the alcohol sit there for a second. We're also going to do, so the great thing about 70% alcohol is you can spray it on anything here. So we're going to spray it on this area since we have not been in this room for a while. Spray it on everything. It's going to evaporate eventually, but it's going to sit on that surface, allow it to kill it. If there is anything on it that has sat in here for the last month since I have not been in here. But normally, I clean this room once a week. If I'm in full gardening season in the middle of the summer, this room gets cleaned once a week. The floor is filthy right now, and I'm really, it may not look filthy to you, but I'm disappointed with how it looks. And I'm cleaning that tomorrow, so. But the floor is not important. You throw your shit on the floor. If something's contaminated, the best place to throw it is on the floor. Throw your gloves on the floor. Because at the end of the day, that's the last thing you clean. It's not like you come in the lab and clean the floor first. You want to do that last because it's usually the sturdiest, even though it's pretty clean in here. We also do wipe down of surfaces. Like we usually do a wall section once a week too. So like maybe I'll clean this wall 1 week as well, and then once a month I'll do a pretty hardcore clean down. But you stay pretty consistent. You just keep up with the cleaning once a week. You can keep up pretty well. This is the room that really has to stay the cleanest. Everything else is, clean everything, bleach, sterile environment. But this is the room that really requires a regiment of cleaning. I need some more towels. I'll be right back. Also, if you didn't see out here, I'll show you. This is the actual storage room for all the mushrooms, and the light's not on right now. Let me turn the light on. It is cold out here. I'm not used to being cold down in my garden. So this is where all the mushrooms get stored. The storage. So these shelves are able to store about 80 bags. So when you make a mushroom bag, you actually have to store it for a while. It actually has to sit in the bag and grow. And right here we have two shiitake bags. It's like, where'd it go? I'll put them up here. These are actually ready to go. You can see there's actually a mushroom growing there, and these have actually sat here for a while. The date on it is actually 9/02, and right now it's actually into November. So these mushroom blocks actually sit here and they start to form, looks like a blood. There's like this blood level metabolites, and you have to take these out of the bags when you put them into the fruiting chamber. So all this blood looking stuff comes all out. It's really weird, but it's the metabolites that shiitake makes in order to grow. So these are metabolites that are growing in the bag. These are ready to go, so I'll probably put these in the fruiting chamber tomorrow. I try to hold off a little bit on them because we'll see you later. Good night, Sandra. Thanks for joining tonight. But we try to time these out a little more so we don't grow all shiitakes at once. So we're trying to get better at that this year and next year. That's really a goal of mine, is to time out my grows better, so I have so I know how much to produce at a certain time in order for a certain event maybe. So, but these are the storage where it can store about 80 bags. That's enough. If this was fully full, all 3 levels, including the floor, there's another one up there, some more room. This is enough room here to produce 500 pounds of mushrooms a month, which is really hard to believe that this thing right here can store that many mushrooms, but it's very possible, and it really does not take a lot of room to grow mushrooms. That tent, my 5x10 tent can store a lot of mushrooms as well. When you get a really, really good system going down, you can really nail it, grow a lot. So we also have a UV ozone option in here too. And I wanted to make sure it was off because it's dangerous to be in the room when that's on. And I thought I smelled it, but it is off. So there's an ozone UV option I put inside this box. And ozone actually creates a byproduct that is actually dangerous to be around. It can make you, it doesn't really kill you, but it'll make you nauseous. So what I do is it's actually UV light, and it is once in a while I do turn it on. And I'm not in the room, and it kills anything inside the box with that UV ozone light. And then, of course, I air the room out after I turn it on. Make sure it's not on when you're in the room. But I added that option in there. I wanted the ability. I also thought about putting a light in here, which I probably will add. I'll put a whole bar light, the UV ozone light in here. They're kind of expensive. And then I'll turn it on like, wait a minute, now I know why I didn't do that. So I can't do that because UV blue ozone actually kills mycelium too. So it'll actually kill all my other stuff I don't want to kill. So now I remember why I didn't do the light. But it is also great to have some, they do make like boxes. So you can put like all your stuff you need to be sterile in this box, and then turn the light on and it'll kill all the germs in with light. It's all pretty interesting. So we're just cleaning everything off with alcohol. We're cleaning off the machine we're going to use. You want to clean off any kind of device. And this is our machine. This is our plastic film sealer. This is another important part of the company. I actually have a backup of this because it's so important. But if you do not have this, you cannot seal your bags. And if you cannot seal your bags, you can't grow mushrooms. So this is a very important device to have. Everything's important. You know, the whole system works. You know, making sure the one thing before it worked well. You know. So if one thing breaks down, the whole system breaks down. You know? But that's how mushroom farming is and why people give up, because it's not easy to do this, man. It's not easy to learn it. It's not easy to not fuck up. We're looking pretty clean now. Now we're gonna do some transfers. We're gonna do some. These are the grain bags I use. These are 3-pound grain bags of whole. I can't remember, but they're a grain from Farm and Home. I can't remember the exact name of the grain, but these have been hydrated and they've actually been sitting here a while, but they still should be good. We're gonna use. They've been sitting here a month, so we're going to use a super aggressive species in order to make sure they get inoculated. We're going to go with the blue. We're going to go with the blue oyster. So we got a whole jar of blue oyster. I know this is not contaminated. Compared to these other jars, these bags, that look kind of weird. So we're going to get a fresh jar. We're going to throw this jar into that bag, and then we're going to mix it. So let's get on it. Again, clean as we go. We got this whole rag here is full of alcohol, and it's great to just spray that rag, keep it close, and you're just constantly cleaning your hands. You know, you want to keep it very clean. But let's get this over here. See everything now. I think you can see there. You can see there. We'll go straight down there. Oh, you'll see it. Actually, that one's got a stand on it, so we'll just put that up here. I love the streamer. It's working really well with 3 cameras, because when I tried this 3 months ago, this did not work. And I had multiple malfunctions of cameras. So this time it's working very well. What's going on, Ty? What's going on, Chuck? So now you can see all the camera views, you know? probably can't see the one behind the bag. Maybe that camera may work better over there. There you go. Now you can see everything. So we're going to put this bag, this jar into that bag. Let's get on it. So we got to spray everything the fuck off too. Alcohol, spray. Make sure to kill everything. And again, when I have this bag open, I do not talk a lot because I don't want to breathe what's going on. I'm just doing some mushroom farming here. So I may not talk for like 10 seconds when the bag's open because I don't want to breathe my own germs in there. And also we got to find our tools. Just realized I do not have my tool in here. So we're going to use a pair of scissors. We're going to clean the scissors real well. So we basically have to break up this bag, this grain jar that's been in here for a while. It's going to be really hard, so we're going to have to use some kind of scissors or some kind of poking device. I'll show you here in the camera. Watch right here. There we go. Wow. Sealer up. We're going to use the sealer device. I don't have it perfectly up and running. Oh, yeah, we got it right. Sometimes it doesn't work very well. So we usually do a triple seal with our grain bags. So we're going to do 3 seals. This is basically a plastic sealer. We're going to make sure that nothing gets in here besides air. So now we got 3 good seals on it, as you can see right there. And now we're going to give it a good shake. We want that grain, the inoculated grain, to get towards the bottom. So I can show you there. So we do that by pulling on the sides of it, and the grain will fall on the bottom. Let's keep taking it. So each piece of grain that has mycelium is its own inoculation point. And really, but you can also shake it again in a few more days to help spread it more, to get it towards the bottom, because you really want to get it towards the bottom. So this is food for the mycelium now. The mycelium will continue to grow. We're going to put a sticker on it as well and make sure we mark it. So we really just want to put the date. It's 11/29. And then we want to put the species, and that was blue oyster, so we just put BO. And then we set it in our shelves. And again, It did smell a little funky, but it's going to be okay. Like, it's been sitting in here a while, which is an issue. That's why we're trying to get fresh species going. Once the mushroom starts growing again, the mycelium, it becomes more aggressive. And here again, we have a shiitake block. We're going to inoculate the shit out of this. This is a shiitake block that will actually grow about 5 pounds of mushrooms. So we're going to inoculate it with some shiitake mycelium. So let's get it. Again, if you're joining me tonight, don't forget to hit those reaction buttons. Still share it out if people do watch it. I'm Dan Baird, and I am Dan the Mushroom Man with Great River Mushrooms and Herbal. And I grow and sell gourmet mushrooms here in Quincy, Illinois. If you are here in my little homemade lab I have in my house that I've made over the last year, where I do all my work. And we are updating the lab next year. I'm really excited about that. Actual room. And we'll be able to do a lot more inside that lab. So really, really excited about that next year. But until then, this room works just fine. I really like it. Hearts for Danny, y'all. Thanks, Jeff. So we're gonna need the shiitake blocks. We have a couple gnats in here too. See, that's the great thing about alcohol too. Alcohol kills gnats. They do not like alcohol. Man, that one has a couple gnats in the bag. So we're probably gonna toss this. We already replaced the blue oyster anyway. So any species that looks kind of suspicious now we'll toss, since we are replacing them. And that's my fault because they've actually sat in here for a month to 2 months without being used. So we got some blue oyster, shiitake, some golden oyster, which is, again, they all form their own metabolites. You can see the brown color really good there. Metabolite there, that's what that brown color is. It just forms it when it fights off a contamination. It killed it. Ooh, there's one down there that I might not have. So we probably only want to take this portion of this bag because it does have an active contamination in it. See it right there? Kind of. That mark right there is a black, right there. There it is. That is a contamination. It's a form of a black mold that actually forms inside of a grain. It's not like the black mold that you think of, the one that you like see, in your house. This is a black mold that's only found inside of a grain, and sometimes it contaminates. I think I can save this bag because there is a lot of good mycelium in there. But we're going to set it to the side and use it later on in a more controlled environment. Because that requires me to have a little more sterile work, including no cameras. Because I have to clean the shit out of everything. When you open up a contaminated bag and you try to transfer something good out of it. So we do have another one of that. Shiitake. We got some shiitake here, which started to grow shiitake mushrooms inside the grain bags. It's crazy. So we're just going to break this up. We want it to be broken up. So before we actually put it in here, we're going to break all the grains back up. Because they all turned into hard stuff. So this is still good. It's just been sitting around a while. So basically the grain is what carries the colony to the point where it's going to get colonized inside the final resting place of this bag here. So this is where the mycelium grows. It's not supposed to grow mushrooms in here, but it did for the fact that it sat around so long. But that happened. So this bag has no contamination. Everything in here is a normal color. with the shiitake. Now, if this was another strain of mushrooms, this would not look normal. But the shiitake is always darker, as you can see. There's some dark spots in it. That's just metabolites. Very normal. So we're going to clean these bottles off with our spray alcohol. We're going to make sure everything's clean on these bags. Again, clean our hands, clean everything. See if we can get up to 30 reactions there. We need 2 more reactions with you guys in here. I'd appreciate it. Chuck Rock said hearts for Dan, y'all, you know. So we're going to dump some of this shiitake in here. We're going to dump some into a grain bag so we can do some more transfers and keep this shiitake going. And we're sealed, so we can talk again. I usually, like I said, don't talk when I'm on the got a bag open. I usually do not put that much grain in there, but the fact that these have been sitting around them a long time, the more grain, the better. Because if you put more grain in there, you're not going to get a contamination as easily. So, and I have a lot of this to use up. I'm trying to use up as much of the old stuff as I can, because some of these other bags I'm going to toss into the garden as well. Okay, we're doing 2 seals. I usually do 2. The machine is finally working. Well, usually I have a lot of issues. So this is a shiitake block. This is where it all starts. 2 months from now, this will start producing mushrooms. So it takes a while for these, and that is the reason why the shiitakes are more expensive at the market, because of the fact they take longer to grow. Shane, what's going on? He's back again. So we're going to give this a nice mix. Basically, we want the grain to fall to the bottom. As you can see here, we're going to massage the side, and the grain will fall. We're going to give it a little tug. And this is the technique that took me months to develop. Like, literally, you have no idea when you start a mushroom business and there's no information out there of how to do specific tasks in the mushroom business. So, like, how to shake a bag efficiently. You know, you have to learn that stuff over time. And I used to shake bags and I was not able to mix them well. So I found that you did this, push the stuff up, and then you massage the sides where you allow the grain to fall up to the bottom. You can really get it mixed up really well. The better you mix it up, the faster it grows. So we want that all to go through there. We want to have mycelium and all of its growing surfaces to be. And you can even pick it up and start throwing it around. You know, you want those grains, you want them to disappear into the substrate. Again, it's 12:30 at night. This is like a late night science session for 6 people still in here. I appreciate it very much. I never intended to stay this late, but it's okay. I don't have anything to stay up to. I've been live for 3.5 hours, but usually these lives will have to go a long time. So we're going to push it down. We want it to be really compact when we do this because we want the mycelium to be close to each other. So compaction is just fine. You can push it down really good. And we're going to write the date on it because we want to know when we started it. So 11/29. And this now is ready to go on that shelf out there that I showed you. So we're going to set it to the side here. I'm going to set it on that shelf in a minute. And then the rest of the shiitake grain, we're going to transfer into another grain bag right here. Again, remove the clothespins. Wipe your bag off. You want to get underneath that little niche there because stuff can get into there. Viruses, contamination, stuff that's real good. Wipe your hands off again. Here we go. Again, that went really well. It actually smells really good. So every mycelium strain actually has its own smell. And you can smell when it has an unhealthy smell. So it may not have a contamination, but it may have an unhealthy smell due to all of the metabolites it may have to make in order to fight off other contamination. That smelled it smelled very healthy, but it wasn't like as healthy as it should be. But it's okay. And that's for the fact that it has sat around. There are some metabolites in there that have formed, and that's why I'm getting a slight different odor. So the shiitake really has a woody, earthy smell. It really smells like the forest. Some of the other species, like the golden and yellow oysters, smell like fruit. They smell like I can't remember the name of that melon. But there's a melon. It really smells like that. It's really interesting. But every mycelium has its own smell. I've learned that over the last couple of years as I've started to grow mushrooms. But we're gonna shake this bag up. So that grain to get to the side. And really, want to mix it up. You can see the color differences. That other camera looks better. Maybe this camera. See the color differences in there. And you know what's old and what's new. And you really want to get that color throughout there. See it better there. There you go. Like I said, you can mix this again in a couple days. It's not a big deal. Again, I got to write the strain on it. We're going to SHI. I have abbreviations for everything. Because who the hell wants to write shiitake out of, all the time? So 11/29 and shiitake. Those are the two words you want to know. And set it to the side. This is going to be my grain bag, so we want to keep it in here. And we still have a lot of grain left, so I know we have another shiitake block. We're just gonna do them all. Because I'm already in here. I'm trying to get rid of all the strain. There's no point in me trying to use it again here in a week or two. Trying to keep everything fresh again now that we're in the cultivation season. Now that we have a market to sell to in January when the new farmers market starts. We have an indoor farmers market start. Ross is still here. What up? Ross, you can always come up in the studio. You got the back door. You can be the fourth cameraman. Look at all these cameras I got here. Oh. Bag sealed. "69 degrees in here, 39% humidity." That's dry air. Again, we're gonna do the old squeeze technique. See what happens here. Just squeeze it, all that grain shoots up, and then you pinch the outside, and all of it falls to the bottom. Now we put a lot more grain than necessary in here just because I have a lot, so usually don't put that much grain in there. But the more you put in there, the faster, the less chances of it contaminating. So these bags have been sitting around a month. I don't know if anything grew on them, but I did. One of them's in the pressure cooker that did have something growing in it. We got some soil falling out. Make sure it's sealed. Anybody check those pressure cookers? Oh. They probably are done. They can run a little longer, but I should probably go check them real fast. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Oh, that's shiitake. We need to make sure we write that date down. Oh, there's the hole. Found the hole. So if you find a hole in your bag, just put some we got stickers in here that I use for tags. They actually work great to plug holes. So there was a small rip in the filter. I think we're okay. I think we saved it. I'll be right back. Good thing you remembered, but there were 13 minutes still left, so. All right, we're going to do this other shiitake. Shiitake, what's that? Oh, we got a big shiitake block, too. I think it's okay. Let's grow it. Clean it off with our alcohol like we have everything else. We're going to clean our hands really good too, since we did just leave the room. We don't want to bring something else in it. What's going on, Janie? I'm bullshitting with Wayne and Chuck and watching. Okay. Well, heck, I'm going to have to come bullshit with you guys, too. I ain't got much longer in here anyway. I just got 1 to 2 bags. getting that fold right is kind of hard, but you gotta get that fold down. Taking notes and getting high. Oh, I appreciate it, Janie. Just melting the plastic shut now. We're gonna do. I like doing triple seals. It's really triple sealing. That's the way to go. See, I thought my seal was broken last time, and it was the damn hole. But I do triple seal, then you know the bag's not going to rip open. Because I've had that happen in here, and it makes a mess. So these are the big bags. These are actually really easy to mix. That's why you can shake them almost, but I like doing them the same style. You can roll around. But you really want the grain to completely disappear. You don't want to see it at all. It'll eventually disappear and do that's great stuff. I like doing the shake once you get it going. Get a good shake. That's why I love these bags. These are some good bags on Amazon, of course, too. Shiitake. So it's crazy. This plastic bag full of soy hull and hardwood pellets is going to turn into into shiitake mushrooms. It's still, I've done this for a while, and it still just intrigues me that the ability to turn something like that is not really, edible, of course, it's the soy hull, and then turning into that. Self-sustainability in your own home, man. With some very cheap ingredients. Again, we're going to date it 11/29. Set it aside. I think we have 2 more shiitake blocks, but I don't think we have enough shiitake, but we do need to use them. So we got a really suspicious bag of shiitake, but I'm going to give it a whiff here. See what it smells like. I don't know if it's good then. There's some black in there, but I do not think it's black mold. More metabolites. So here we go. Let's give it a whiff. I think it's okay. I'm gonna give it a chance. It smells like shiitake. Holy shiitake! Holy shiitake! How many people out there have eaten shiitake? We still got 4 people in here. I appreciate you guys joining me in the crack of 12:40 at night here. We will probably end it here in 6 minutes anyway, 4 hours. Do not forget to hit those reaction buttons before you leave. And I appreciate every one of you. Some more shiitake bags. They're going to grow about 2 pounds of shiitake. I really need my chair. Sometimes you just gotta sit down. And we got a little chair to do our mix that to the bottom. I got a bunch of shiitake. Been going crazy with them. But we do plan on growing a lot of shiitake next summer. It's going to be, I have a restaurant I want to sell to. I have a lot of plans to do with the shiitake, as well as have the soup too. It sells easily. It's a great mushroom. Very healthy. And there we go. That bag's ready. That shiitake is ready for its journey for the next 2 months of its life in this universe. Pop my bag. Well, thank you for joining me, Joseph. I appreciate it. See you much. I'm getting tired myself. I might just seal that up and do the other bags later because I need to do them all tonight. Plan is to spread them out more, not do so many at once. Because really, from the time you do this, they kind of grow. 10 days later. The blue oysters are 10 days later. Elms, pinks, yellows, they all grow about 10 days after inoculation. The shiitakes are a month. The shiitakes are 2 months. The chestnut mushrooms are about a month. So they all grow kind of differently. So I'm trying to space them out better and more efficiently. So I'll probably save these for a couple days from now and start cleaning up. But for sure, I appreciate y'all joining me tonight. There's still 4 lovely people in here. Please don't forget to hit those reaction buttons. Get that number to 30. And I'm going to call it quits tonight. And again, join me again. Go over there, follow the Rumination Project group. I plan on sharing a lot more science-based stuff over there. There's a lot of intriguing stuff going on in the world that people do not know about or do not talk about, whether it's science or just society, domestic, anything domestically or internationally. So I really want to get into more conversations over there about more complex things going on in the world, man. So definitely go over there, follow the Rumination group. I'll be having another live this week with the Psychonaut Files. Join me and Rasta Rhino. On Thursday night, we're going to be going over all the research going on what mushrooms actually do. So it's going to be an intriguing episode. We're going to go over a lot of stuff because I've gone over a lot of stuff myself over the few years about magic mushrooms and all the data, because I went heavy into the research before I ever even attempted to use it healing. So Join us then Thursday night at 7:30 on the Rumination Project. Me and Ross Rhino. Hope to catch you guys then. And again, the new show on Sunday mornings called Coffee Time with Dan. Come over there and we're going to talk about vibrations on Sunday morning. And vibrations as in like spiritual and consciousness vibrations. So we'll get in deeper conversations with that, and as well as have another live episode of some candle making. So hopefully I get my new tins and I'll go live when I start making candles, and I'll show some people how easy it is to make candles at home too. So until next time, man, I appreciate all 6 of you guys still in here and everybody else who came through. Much love. Janie, Shane, Joseph. We'll see everybody later. So we got to turn all these cameras off too, apparently. So we'll see you guys later. Y'all have a good night, good morning, or good wherever you guys. So, peace, guys.